Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to Sunday Fun Day here at the Champions of the Future America Series here in Winchester, California. We're rolling out for SuperHeat on our Sunday morning, and let's talk about how we start out with the Mini. Carlucci will get the lead here over Rittering, Benjamin Cavey in third, Asher Bazonsky in fourth. It's going to be a power-packed crew. Let's see if Nash Motorsports can beat Forward Direction here on the Sunday Fun Day. It's myself, Brad Dalton, up here in the booth. I am joined by my great friend, Dean Helt. And then down trackside, we do, of course, have Jackson Lambros, who is going to be down there giving us some fun information as we go through. But I tell you what, I don't know about you, Dean, but I am ready to party for a Sunday.
If today is anything like it was yesterday, I think we're all in for a great treat here on Kart Chaser. It was all Maddox Carlucci except for the final heat race yesterday. Chase Rittering finally was able to get the monkey off his back with a great move at Rocky Moran. Will he be able to replicate the same thing today? We got the first of, I believe, 5 super heats coming up as X30 Pro and K100 Heritage, I believe, have been split. Got a bunch of racing action for you guys coming up here today.
That we have split out through. We'll go through that as we go through the day here. 10 laps of action for the minis, 11 for the juniors, 14 for senior, heritage, and pro. And then, of course, we will take our brunch break, as I'm calling it. Go get you a muffin here this morning. And then from there, we go into the finals, kicking off on-track action with minis at 12:05 p.m. But right now, they've got to get through 10 laps of action here in the SuperHeat. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because it's time for green flag racing here in Winchester, California.
Really aggressive chop there from the outside lane. Both lanes got really going really even. Maddox Carlucci will take the lead off into turn number 1. A little bit of contact there between Benjamin Tavi and Chase Rittering, but for the moment, maybe one of the Parolin Position 1 Motorsports cars getting pushed out there, but for the most part, looks like all the kiddos have made it through clean and green.
Everybody making it through here early on to kick things off. Again, 10 laps of action coming for your mini and mini under 10s to kick off their day. They had some fun heat yesterday, you have to say, going through in the end when it all lined up. Again, Maddox Carlucci, 144 points on the go with 2 of the qualifying heats won, and Chase Rittering at 135 points, able to get that third heat win, but in heat 1 and heat 2 was not able to do so. Benjamin Cavey, of course, tying in with Asher Bazonsky, but starting higher in the qualifying order, gave a better run here into the super heat today, which is why started third. Look at this, outside of the top 5. This goes back here to Kendall West. Kendall West, we know, was involved in a little bit of a turn 1 incident in heat 3 yesterday, but out there running P6 right now in the Position 1 Motorsports Kart, and really looking to have a good go so far, kind of sitting in a no man's land there through, as we've had a lot of shakeups up and down the field to kick off lap 1.
Unfortunately for Kendall West, it was not the greatest of qualifying efforts, which really heavily compromised her point-scoring ability in the heat races yesterday, ultimately culminating in a crash, we believe, at the beginning of heat number 3. So good to see her, that she's made a speedy recovery, currently sitting just outside of this top 5 gaggle, but certainly lots of points when you got to think about the championship picture. Hemorrhage to the likes of Maddox Carlucci, Benjamin Tavi, who currently sit P1 and P2 for Nash Motorsports.
That we do, in that championship picture, of course, going to be very much shaken up as the times go on here. As we look through, Maddox Carlucci, Kendall West really fighting things through. Kendall West looking to get a bit more of a go up the field. Again, sitting in P6 there, kind of in a no man's land, not running in pace with the top 5, but not running outside of the realm of goes right now. Nash Motorsports 1-2, sitting on track at the moment with Benjamin Cavey, fastest kart on track. That's your second place kart there with Rittering behind. Interesting to see Chase Rittering here with the Forward Direction Motorsports. Unfortunately, kind of going the wrong direction. There's a blank space to the inside. Will you put your name to it? The answer is no. Rittering sitting in third.
Still plenty of time in this super heat for these drivers to get their karts underneath them. Maybe a little bit of a different tire pressure strategy. Got to make sure that you keep a hold of this pressure rubber. Remember, these tires, these drivers, for the most part, have been on since the first heat race. So maybe missing it a little bit, maybe taking a little bit of time for those tires to come up to temp. It is a much cooler temperature than we had yesterday. We are currently 6 degrees colder than we were, 24 hours ago, as we had a huge storm blow through here on the west coast of the United States. So maybe a little bit different conditions as we're seeing like the likes of Asher Bizanci and Lachlan Postle being able to keep up, whereas yesterday they seemed to have a bit of trouble. But still, it's all Nash Motorsports out at the front.
Top three locking in right now. Carlucci, fastest car on track at the moment, able to go faster than Benjamin Tabby. This should be fresh tires, fresh breathing room, fresh way to go along. I would be surprised if these aren't all drivers on new, fresh Crescent tires here for the Sunday. Is free yesterday and a very warm day definitely shake things up. And here, let's see how they hit the chicane on the Sunday. Minis, again, they're not doing nearly as drastic of a hit as the juniors and the Heritage, and especially the seniors. We're going to talk about drivers that are really making that chicane not seem like a chicane. Wait till we get the seniors here in just a little while. Up front, Carlucci holds Tabby by 0.4 of a second. Rittering about 0.3 behind that. They're really settling into a rhythm here, approaching half distance.
It is astonishing to look at the lap times throughout this field. You've got the likes of Maddox Carlucci, Benjamin Tabby, and Chase Rittering. The three of them last time by were separated by less than 0.03 of a second when it came to lap time. Unfortunately, about a 10th drop off back to Asher Pazanski and Lachlan Postle, and then a 6/10 drop off from Lachlan Postle to Kendall West. So this top five is absolutely moving at the moment, but this top three is really starting to put the pressure on for the likes of your 4th and 5th place drivers, trying to get themselves back up in a spot to be able to fight for this mini superheat victory here in what's going to be about 5 minutes time.
Definitely looking good here at the moment as they cross through to start lap 5 of 10. And you see, looks over the shoulders up front. I think that's kind of telling on how a driver feels in position, is how often they're looking over the shoulder, how frequently they are taking a look back behind them here. Carlucci, again, fastest lap of anyone, 58.290. So the more you see Carlucci look behind, the more you can tell that that pace is probably starting to die off. The Kart doesn't feel nearly as fast as maybe it was before, but right now Carlucci not even looking behind, coming out of Double Orange Chicken, just very much locked in, looking apex, cutting through Rocky Moran, and again, I don't see looks over the shoulders for a majority of this lap.
Well, I will say there's not been much of a reason for Maddox Carlucci to be looking over his shoulder really for the whole weekend. Even going back to Spring Mountain was so quick, especially at the end of the day. This Heat 2, Heat 3, the Superheat, unfortunately got in a bit of an incident, was not able to walk away with the victory last time out for Champions of the Future at Spring Mountain, doing a phenomenal job today. Maybe getting a little bit of a heads up from his mechanics. I know the Nash Motorsports guys are the top of the line here on West Coast karting, making sure, hey, you got nothing to worry about back there. Worry about what's in front of you. And he's doing exactly what he needs to do to bring home this win in Superheat.
Took the one look there at the start-finish line where you would expect the look to be given, even if you are in the lead feeling comfortable. And you're still going to look there at the start-finish line. That's just kind of the nature, get a gauge of where that lap worked out. Carlucci locked in here pace-wise at the moment, looking very consistent. Benjamin Tabby was about 0.5 faster last lap, but 0.5 isn't going to close a 0.6 of a second gap up for Benjamin Tabby. And right now you got to wonder, there's got to be some team game playing here for Nash in Motorsports. 1-2 on track. That's a very good position to be in. Rittering has lost touch with these top two now as well. Gap is a second back. Rittering, in fact, last time across was pretty well in pace with Monroy and Kendall West behind. Definitely not looking like the fastest car on track, running 3 to 4 tenths slower than your top two. I think Rittering might be under some pressure here on Sunday.
Yeah, surprising to see this for sure, considering how well Chase Rittering performed against the likes of Maddox Carlucci and Benjamin Tabby yesterday. We saw that Chase Rittering, led at the white flag in heat race number 1, gave up the lead on the last lap of heat race 2 and heat race 3. Ultimately, heat race 3 was able to get that lead back at the end, but like I said, maybe conditions have changed a little bit. A lot of track evolution has happened since the wee hours of the morning yesterday. So maybe, just maybe, on that four-direction Motorsports kart, they've missed it. But still, it's only the Superheat. Still got the big one to go as the twin sticks have been pulled out for our race leaders.
2 laps to go being shown now to the field. And right now, you got to really feel for Chase Ritter, and kind of in a no man's land at the moment, lost pace with the front, has managed to find pace to keep away from the grasp of Bazanski and Possible. But it definitely seems like for Rittering something with this superheat this morning, not giving as much pace to challenge up in the front as we saw yesterday here. What will be the adjustment going into the final? Again, for the final, they run starting at 12:05. It's 12 laps in the minis and the mini under 10s that they will run later today, and that will be an interesting one to really watch here. They gate at 11:45 a.m. So you got to wonder what sort of adjustments can Rittering do before the final here. It's going to heat up. We know that's going to change some things a little bit. Do you think maybe just warmer temperatures would feel better on that Kart, or do you think there's something else? As white flag is out, 1 lap to go.
Could entirely be just down to the simple fact that the track's got a little bit more rubber and it is way cooler than what it was this time yesterday. But I want to say, being in the position of Chase Rittering gives you some options. You'd almost rather want to finish third and try to throw something at the go-kart. At least in my opinion, some people like to play from behind, some people like to play from the front. Chase Rittering now has all the motivation in the world to maybe make that extra little adjustment where if he was winning, or if he was at the front fighting with the two Nash Motorsports karts of Maddox Carlucci and Benjamin Tavi, maybe would want to sit on his hands and play it a bit conservative. I'm sure Chase Rittering and that Ford Direction Motorsports team will be looking for something to find a bit more pace going into the main event. But it's all Max Carlucci out at the front here.
Carlucci, a different line there through Rocky Moran, compromises the run here into the chicane. A good run from Benjamin Tavi. Is that going to change the lead side by side? Nash Motorsports 1-2, but who's the number one? It does come across Carlucci by half a tenth. I almost wanted to say that was a choreographed 1-2.
Surprising to see that from Maddox Carlucci. Kind of a very heavy defensive line going through Rocky Moran and into the final, or tic-tac-toe, when Benjamin Tavi was over 3 or 4 tenths behind. So an interesting decision there from Maddox Carlucci. Thankfully for him, was able to get away with the victory. But weird to see that for sure.
Definitely felt some sort of pressure there to go for that defense. We'll see how that plays out into the final. Again, 12 laps for your mini. The mini under 10 final goes on track at 12:05 p.m. They gate at 11:45. But it'll be interesting to see how they handle the 12 laps. But let's look at how they handled 10. It was Carlucci and Benjamin Tavi, a Nash Motorsports 1-2 at the top of the table. Chase Rittering in P3, Asher Bazanski in 4th, Lachlan Postel, your top 5 here. Monroy, West, Paciuli, McPhail, Hernandez, rounding out your top 10. We're going to take a brief step aside here at Kart Chaser. When we come back, it's KA100 Juniors on track for 11 laps in their superheat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Get ready for Round 7 of Champions of the Future America on July 18th to the 19th, featuring an all-new track layout. Our pro track layout with chicanes and tic-tac-toe eliminates the technical second half, providing racers with a high-speed blast through Rocky Moran, downhill S's, and the fast final chicane that sends you back onto the main straight. Registration opens soon, so visit championskartingamerica.com to learn how you can join the grid.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser. It is Champions of the Future America Series. We had a great run with the minis and the minis under 10. It's myself, Brad Dalton, here in the booth, joined by Dean Helt here. And I tell you what, as we get rolling here, Dean, juniors yesterday, they were a time. And let's take a look at how this starting lineup for the Superheat is going to go. Sebastian Hauser yesterday, the name of the game, though, but Luis Martinez was able to get at least one win.
Yeah, Luis made a great move as we got a report from Jackson down on the grid. Jackson, good morning. What do you got for us?
Good morning, Dino. By a Californian standard, it is a little bit cold down here. Definitely some wind, but crucially, you look at how this track condition is temperature-wise, and I think this is the coolest we've had the surface since early on in the spring, and that has led to some guys making some very dramatic changes. Setup-wise, we haven't seen too much. I know Diesel Bazanski nursing maybe some power plant issues with his KA100. He'll be rolling off just fine. I know Braden Wagner making a few setups for his GFC, but crucially, HRT guys a little bit further back, Henry Escalette, Quinn Cuevas, they're adding nearly half a pound of pressure here, trying to make some dramatic moves to these praises, using the most of those cool conditions to try and move forward here in the Superheat.
Half a pound of pressure in the tires. That's a dramatic change. Thank you, Jackson, for that report. One thing I do want to mention, by the way, Luis Martinez had on track a win in Heat 3, dropped down 2 places for a post-race penalty, ended up P3 in Heat number 3. Still is going to start on the outside of the front row with Aaron Spears in the Nash Motorsports Kart behind there in 4th place. Braden Wagner to the inside in 3rd. Dean, final thoughts before the juniors get ready for 11 laps.
It's going to be tough. We saw yesterday with the likes of Christian Brooks that you can come from deep in the field and slice your way up inside the top 3. The question is, who can depose Sebastian Hauser? And is the outside line going to be able to hold its shape, or will the inside line have a massive advantage at turn number 1? Guess we're about to find out.
Rolling through. We're green here in Winchester, California, and look at that. Already over the shoulder, the look from Sebastian Hauser to the inside. Everybody trying to squeeze through. Wiggles on the brakes, down into turn 1. 3 karts, 1 over the curb, and 2 Nash Motorsports work around the outside to try to move up into the top 5. Your top 4 holding through. That's 1 Nash Motorsport kart dropping well down the order. I want to tell you that is going to be Hudson Hidalgo, who was moving up with side-by-side with the teammate and dropped down the order. Up front, though, Sebastian Hauser, Luis Martinez, and Braden Wagner battling it out. Braden Wagner getting that GFC up in a second.
Unfortunately for the likes of Troy Ferguson, I believe a pretty big hit, front to rear contact, maybe a pushback bumper penalty already as Sebastian Hauser showing that he wants to lead the way. He wants to control this race as he goes defensive into Rocky Moran against his championship rival in Braden Wagner, going defensive as well into tic-tac-toe. Boys, get it figured out. Looks like we're going to do just that, as that is, I believe, Diesel Bazanski moving himself up into P2. Lots of pointing for working together, but I don't see very much of it.
All right, big reset here on the front. As you can see, again, look at that there. That is Aaron Spears, actually, who would drop down the order, who is now trying to work back up. So we got a big mix-up here on the go. Hudson Hidalgo moving way up. Aaron Spears was the one, the Nash Motorsport kart, that dropped way down the order there on lap 1. But Sebastian Hauser, already defensive. Diesel Bazanski in 2nd. Braden Wagner there in the GFC Formula Work, holding 3rd. Henry Escalette in 4th place there in the HRT, and Hudson, top 5, Nash Motorsports here, trying to find ways through. They work through the 2nd D, heading into Rocky Moran. This time, Hauser not feeling the need to be defensive and is just going to run the line, nurse it through. No side-by-sides here, but a lot of shoulder looking, a lot of pace, and a lot of curb ramping coming in to finish lap number 2 of 11.
Something to note, the outside line is just not where you want to be. We saw the likes of Luis Martinez literally go from next to Sebastian Hauser. I believe he was about 6th by the time that we got to the apex of turn number 1. So, like I said yesterday, you're almost better off being on the inside of row 3, row 4, than row 5 than trying to stick it around the outside, as everybody just seems to break rank. Something that a lot of these drivers, I'm sure, will be keeping in the back of their minds going towards the main event. Braden Wagner has caught your race leader in Sebastian Hauser.
Braden Wagner, fastest kart on track now, putting the pressure through. Again, remember, though, you put too much pressure, you get a pushback. That's a 5-second post-race penalty that you have to contend with. Here we go, looking down the inside here, going through. Braden Wagner trying to put pressure on Sebastian Hauser. Your top six all nose to tail. Defense to the inside from Sebastian, heading into tic-tac-toe. Wagner going in to then dive out, and defending from Diesel Bazanski, who wanted to go through. Now look at all the taps on the helmet, as way in the back there. That was one of the precision works. It was Ryan Harley diving off into the dirt on the exit of the final corner through turn one. Everyone playing, well, they're playing polite with each other, but the sandbox at some point always turns a little dirty.
For now, playing nice for now, is I believe that is Aaron Spears moving himself back up inside the top 5 at the expense of Louis Martinez, who falls to position number 6. With these drivers being as close as they are, remember, there are no team alliances, although I believe the 316 of Henry Escalette is going to be hooking up with Sebastian Hauser as Braden Wagner moves himself to the point, as Diesel Bazanski is going to look to immediately depose the GFC driver. We finally have a teammate pairing, and we'll see if these two HRT drivers can work together to get themselves back up to the front.
It's amazing me how much defense here into the final corners we're seeing out of everyone here. That's a big slide there from Hudson Hidalgo back in the back going through. The big defense further back. Look at that going through. That was Rylan Harley and Wyatt Kroger that were going side by side all the way to the inside of turn one. Not playing nice with each other at all, but at least for the moment, the top 9 trying to hold through with each other back up into the front. Braden Wagner here looking along here. Sebastian Hauser again trying to fight through. Diesel Bazanski just trying to park the bus here. Trying to park I gotta say it, that diesel engine to push it forward.
Love that little quip there, but the main thing that I gotta say, how well is Henry Escalette going to work with Sebastian Hauser? Remember, everybody's got their own motivations and their own desires here, so will Escalette be willing to work with his teammate who is currently leading the championship, if I'm not mistaken, heading into the Superheat, as we've got a move for the lead. Diesel Bazanski going up the inside. Braden Wagner does not want to give it up. And here comes Aaron Spears up the inside for P4 as Hauser. Oh, contact!
Ooh. Big contact in the background. That was one of the Nash Motorsport carts involved with that as well. Was that Sebastian Hauser? I know that was Nash. Who was the other cart? That was actually Henry Escalette going through. Troy Ferguson dropping down as well. So Escalette dropping in, and then that was Aaron Spears, the other Nash Motorsport. Big contact there into turn one. Miscommunication. That explodes your top 5 through, and somehow everyone keeps it together, but all the way up into the chain link fence on the hill on the high side of one. Meanwhile, up front, Bazanski leading. That's going to be side by side, though, going through with Hauser and Wagner. Now shaking things up. Bazanski down into third. Now let's crank up the RPMs. Wow.
Unfortunately for Escalette, I think either didn't know that Aaron Spears was there or just ran him a little bit too tight, as we've got a spinner off the final corner. That's Troy Ferguson into the wall. It's one of the Position 1 Motorsports cars, I believe, as well. We'll see who that was. It was the Precision Works machine, perhaps, of Ryan Harley. Hard to tell as he is Rylan Harley as he drops down the running order with Troy Ferguson. A chaotic lap there as well, something that the stewards will surely be looking at as what was, I believe, about a 9 or almost 10 kart fight now becomes a 6-kart battle for the win of the Superheat.
I have a feeling that we're not done seeing the drama here in KA Junior. There's just something about the juniors that tends to bring some hard action. Replay in the background, that looks like carryover from the chicane and just a lot of pace and some miscommunication and tap to the rear end and then an avoidance through. So you see the first kart spin ramping off the curb, and then it's the kart behind trying to avoid that makes all the difference. 2 karts off there in one moment, hitting the barrier. But they're back rolling now. Shakes everything up, though, all the way through. Look up here in the front. Battle for third now shaking up. Diesel Bazanski up into second, shaking things around. Martinez up into third. By the way, your fastest kart is 7th place. Last kart in this train, Aaron Spears. We're lap 7 of 11.
I was going to say, considering Aaron just got away pretty much scot-free with that contact from Henry Escalette, really showing good signs of life here in that Nash Motorsports kart, but a little bit of contact there between Braden Wagner and Sebastian Hauser. See Sebastian drop himself down to position number 4. Still potentially easy to overcome this deficit. The last thing you'd want to do is drop down to P5 behind the likes of Daniel Ramirez, or maybe even fall into the likes of Hudson Hidalgo in position number 6. But for the moment, I think we've reached a little bit of below in this race. But of course, as I say that, we got a battle for P2.
Blazonski looking over the shoulder, then defending inside. Watch this as Martinez wants to try to make a move here, going through Hidalgo and Spears. They are still back there in the mix, as well as Ramirez is looking to shake things up a bit. Moves up. Sebastian Hauser in 5th place. Not a sentence I thought I'd say today, but here we are. Welcome to KA Junior. It's the GFC Formula Works. The Braden Wagner leading right now. The competition speed here in 2nd. Position 1, Axis Hayner Racing Team, and the Nash and Nash. Your top 7. Anyone in this top 7 can win. It's going to take some skill and maybe a little bit of luck. Blazonski defensive. Down the inside goes Ramirez on Martinez. Wow, okay. Rocky Moran proving to be a lot more of a passing zone here in this reverse layout than I ever expected.
I was going to say, good little sportsmanship here between our drivers. As Diesel Blazonski goes wide on the exit at tic-tac-toe, and here comes the freight train with no brakes. Sebastian Hauser misses the apex at turn 1 and is going to potentially hemorrhage another spot here to Aaron Spears, as it looks like everybody's going to get themselves single-filed out. But still, the battle for P2 races on, as Braden Wagner says, adios, boys. Thank you for this one. This one's on the house.
Hauser with a big hit to the back of Blazonski. I got to wonder, what's that front bumper going to look like on Sebastian Hauser? Because going into 2 there, that was a hard hit to the back. Look down the inside here. How many passes can we get on Ramirez? Well, Martinez says, I'll take 1. Blazonski says, I'll take another. 2 for 1. Special, don't mind me, 2. Spread out wide here to Rocky Moran. Nash going for a big move to the inside. That's Aaron Spears in the Nash Motorsports Kart getting past Hauser. Hauser outside of the top 5. First time all weekend we've seen Sebastian Hauser really outside of the run as we come to white flag. 1 lap to go. Braden Wagner with a 2-second lead because everyone's second place back. Can't figure out who to work with.
A nightmare superheat thus far for the likes. Oh my goodness, 3 wide already going through the chicane. We'll see if we get a view of it. Maybe contact as well as Sebastian Hauser fights his way back up into, I believe this is position number 5. But for really the first time this weekend, this is the first time that we've seen Sebastian Hauser not inside the top 2 running positions. To say the least, a suboptimal superheat, not really setting himself up for a great main event. But still a long way to go as Braden Wagner is about 3 corners away from home.
Braden Wagner coming through the 2nd bus stop here, heading to Rocky Moran, looks over the shoulder in that GFC Formula Works. Definitely has to be feeling good. It's been a weekend where all the talk has been Sebastian Hauser, Braden Wagner, runner-up in the championship. These points are going to prove so important. And for Braden Wagner, this is a statement going into the finals later today. Is going to win the superheat here in K100 Junior. Ramirez in 2nd, Martinez in 3rd, Blazonski, and then Hauser, Spears, and Hidalgo 5th, 6th, and 7th, and those 3, I have a feeling are going to have some fireworks in the final here. Kroger, Whipple, and Mixon, your top 10. KA Junior showing up, showing out, and shuffling up and down the order in ways that I didn't expect.
I was going to say, it looks like we've got about 7 or 8 karts that are going to be in the running for the main event here. I'm super excited for that. Got a feel for the likes of Henry Escalette and Troy Ferguson, especially for Ferguson, who was one of the fastest drivers last time out at Spring Mountain. Not the day that I'm sure he would have wanted for that Team Kart. Nick Bennick driver, going to be a long way to come in the main event.
And here is your result going through again. Wagner there in the Formula Works GFC. What a run. Axis Kart Sports in the OTK with Ramirez in 2nd. Martinez, Blazonski, Hauser, Spears, Hidalgo, Kroger, Whipple, Mixon, Steven, Davis, Harley, Sanchez, and Cuevas. Your top 15, 17 karts running. It was Escalette in 16th place coming across the line last. And then, unfortunately for Troy Ferguson, not finishing this race, out of this race halfway through. Take a look at the karts as they go into the scale line here, and well, I'm really interested in Nash Motorsports drivers here and how they talk with Hauser, because they were racing hard. 3 wide at one point here, Dean.
Yeah, certainly exciting stuff. You know, everybody remembers race car drivers have very, very good memories. So every little move, every little what's the word that I'm looking for? Every little transgression between drivers gets put in the back pocket, and all those checks will be cashed in the main event.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought KA Junior was something, let's add 3 more laps and then step it up to KA Senior. It's GFC versus Axis. Really going to show the game here. And Dean, I tell you what, yesterday was wild. We're on to the Sunday action. Look at your front two. All I'm going to say.
Yep, that's really all you can say. The dynamic duo, I should say, of Archer Eversman and Christian Brooks slicing and dicing their way from, I believe, P10 and P11, seemingly without issue, all the way up at the front. We finally get to see that 1v1 between Brooks and Matthew Cagle, who's looked so dominant, won all 3 heat races yesterday. It's black and white versus black and red.
This is going to be a fun one to watch through. And looking at the heat race results of yesterday, too, qualifying heat 3, I mean, we saw it get wild. Let's talk about how many pushback bumpers. Again, 6 pushback bumper penalties given out yesterday, and that really shook things up all the way through on the Superheat. But here we go. Let's buckle in. Let's talk about that starting lineup as it sits. And right now, up at the front, it is the Formula Works, the Matthew Cagle that will be pursued by Christian Brooks in the Axis Kart Sport. Again, for Christian Brooks, this is a one-off weekend. This was fun with the family, and it's nothing. It's win or go home or nothing there through Archer Eversman and third, Jackson Gibson, Keegan Kaminsky, and Johnny Stamps with John Michael Dunnigan, Jackson Minshew, Ian Kim, and Kalani Anaya, your top 10 here. Aiden Aquino in the kart making 11th with Rylan Corden in 12th. We've got a lot of strong karts in the top 12. And if there's anything that Junior taught me, it's that you don't count people out until they're outside of the lead draft.
I was going to say there's really about 10, maybe even 12 people that if they play their cards right, have a shot at this race victory. I'm just thinking towards what we saw at the end of Spring Mountain and what we saw yesterday with Matthew Cagle. Seemingly a bit of a preference to go out higher on the tire pressures, get that big lead early and let everybody else devour themselves behind. But unfortunately for him, the two fastest drivers, I should say, yesterday that weren't named Matthew Cagle were Christian Brooks and Archer Eversman, who are coming from P2 and P3. A bit of a 2v1. There are a couple other GFCs around, so maybe we'll get a little team action here. Also, keep in mind championship contenders like Johnny Stamps, John Michael Dunnigan, Keegan Kaminsky doing double duty as well. Guys with lots to lose, and with this big of a field, any mistake is pretty much going to ruin your afternoon.
Coming down into the tram lines, you've got Matthew Cagle, who's third in the championship, chasing a run, starting on the green, and let's see how this plays out. Formula Works very quickly through there, down the inside, looking for a pass, and it's deep, it's passing, it's 3 wide, it's 4 wide, it's Carnage in the background, but up front, a brave dive from Keegan Kaminsky up into the lead.
From position number 5 to P1 in one corner, Keegan Kaminsky, welcome to the big show, sir. The driver pulling double duty, not wasting any time getting himself out in front. Archer Eversman cycles himself out of that in position number 2 with your pole sitter and dominator of yesterday, Matthew Cagle, back in P3. More contact. Oh, no, your leaders!
Oh, that's going to take out both Cagle, Brooke, and Eversman, all 3 out there, and I think that will knock at least one of those Formula Works parts completely gone. Kaminsky there in the mix, going back. What in the world is happening in senior? Side by side through the chicane, cutting the chicane. Chaos for second and third, and let's reset, because up front, it is Christian Brooks through. John Michael Dunnigan, Jackson Gibson second and third. The carnage into turn 1. We still have a car off to the side of turn 1. Matthew Cagle way down to P18. Max Saga up 17 places to P17. What in the world is going on in the house of KA Senior?
Drop AKR replay up there. Just really, really tight stuff. I think Archer Eversman might have jacked up Keegan Kaminsky, who at the same time is probably trying to park him. Matthew Cagle getting caught up there as well. Eversman will be able to continue, but 2 of the fastest GFCs here this weekend now either out or heavily compromised. I want to give a huge shout out to that Lakeside Karting GFC machine of Cameron Perry, up 9 spots since the beginning of this race. There's somebody going off there on the exit of Rocky Moran, pretty much for Christian Brooks and John Michael Dunnigan. Just play nice and let the field eat itself up. What a move over the curb for one of the gold cards. Not quite sure who that was. Might have been the likes of Aiden Aquino, I think. Man, it's getting busy already.
There is no way that Race Control is going to let that go. Aquino running wide here. Here we go again. Stamps to the inside, heading up into the S. Is able to get the move through. What is happening in KS? We've got Carnage back behind. 2, 3, 4 wide yet again. They are not stopping. And meanwhile, that's good news up here in the front. Look at this. Christian Brooks pulling a bit of a gap here with John Michael Dunnigan. And then you again have the Formula Works trying to work together, 3rd and 4th. That's Perry and Stamp. We haven't talked about Cameron Perry nearly all weekend, trying to find a way through. Let's look at a replay in the bottom right. This was coming out of the S section, and I mean, just absolutely, I don't know who that was. Somebody getting sideways in a straightaway.
Man, I don't, oh my goodness, one driver going straight on at tic-tac-toe. It's one of the Axis Kart Sport cards, and again getting run off on the exit. I was talking with Louis Perez earlier today, and he says, you know, even if you've got the speed, if you get trapped in that mid-pack, if you had a bad qualifying, there is just nothing that you're able to do. As Christian Brooks will be extending that race lead out as he goes purple at a 53.6. That Axis Kart Sport card, as expected, is running at tip-top shape early on here in the super heats. But, you know, some of these guys that maybe didn't have, you know, the best track position through the heat races yesterday, capitalizing on the chaos and making the most of it.
Max Saga up 16, Ethan Liu up 13, Zachary Stemmons with Nielsen Race Concepts up 9 places there in P21. Grayson Schobert up 8 at the moment. Again, Cameron Perry up 9, John Michael Dunnigan up 5. You've got tons of shakeup through the field. We've lost Maximilian Bowie to a bent axle. Gavin Nakagawa through. We have a meatball flag out for one of our
Johnny
drivers.
Stamps.
Ooh, no!
I believe that's for Johnny Stamps. You can see the right side of that bumper is hanging off, dangling in the wind. Your P3 runner, there you go. Meatball flag, Johnny Stamps, one of your championship contenders, and that's going to mean that he's going to have to come from the back in the main event. That is disastrous from one of your championship favorites.
And you can see the 412 not happy, giving the point by to the teammate here, going to let him go through and then maybe try to squeeze the 476 of Gibson to give a little bit of breathing room to Cameron Perry, who, if you're Formula Works fan right now, if you're a GFC fan, you are rooting for Cameron Perry. Again, up 10 places from P13 to P3 right now. A heartbreak in Formula Works, though, for Johnny Stamps. It's the tale of two stories, depending on what team you are a fan of and what driver you're a fan of. You got to feel another one of the Kart Sports getting a bit wide there. I believe that was Archer Eversman. Is just the shakeups everywhere are not done. I could not believe what this race has come to. Lap 5 of 14, though, we're still over half distance left to go.
It is incredible, the amount of action. I was going to say, we're only on lap 5. We're barely scratching the surface on this superheat as Christian Brooks and John Michael Dunnigan continue to set the pace. Although, funnily enough, P10 runner Matthew Cagle trying to dig himself out of that lap 1 hole. Currently fastest that last time by at a 53.0, almost a half a second quicker than anybody else in his vicinity. So still some time. And the crazy thing is, he could probably still get himself back up into position number 3. There's still enough time left on the clock. Could still be a recovery drive yet for him. But want to give, once again, a huge shout out to Cameron Perry, doing a great job getting himself up. Kalani and Naya up a bunch of spots. Archer Eversman, like everywhere you look, no, hardly anybody is exactly where they started. There's movement all over this field.
We have had a pass for the lead here. Aiden Aquino able to get the run through turn 1, now up over Christian Brooks. Archer Eversman, by the way, now your fastest part on track there, all the way back in 7th place. So fastest parts are not necessarily the ones up front setting blistering purple laps. They're running consistent laps. So I think that's the key here in KA Senior. Stay out of the chaos and then run consistent good lap times. I think that's really what's making the difference for some of our competitors as we're half distance at the moment. Cameron Perry down into 4th place now after a bit of a shuffle here. Is going to be looking to get past Jackson Gibson yet again through the chicane where we've seen some chaos through. We've seen some drivers miss the chicane, but right now it seems like everyone here 3rd place back. They're locked in, helmet down, looks over the shoulders. Everyone now trying to settle into some sort of a rhythm, but they can't. Look at the move.
Really, really aggressive move there. I believe that was Aiden Aquino in that gold Team Kartnik Kart, as well as Archer Eversman goes purple at a 52.7. Man, that's gonna be tough to have all that speed in that kart and not really have a chance to go for the win of this super heat. I think really the big deal is being able to open up those lines. We talked about what it's like having a race, with people right behind you. And if you're out in the front, if you got a little bit of a gap, you can open those lines up, carry big speed through these corners. Whereas if you're the likes of Cameron Perry, Archer Eversman, and Aiden Aquino, you've really kind of got to have that eye open, maybe run a half car length narrow in some of these corners to prevent yourself from being overtaken. But I tell you what, halfway in this race, I'm already out of breath. There's more contact going into tic-tac-toe.
Aiden Aquino now with the contact there through, is shuffling down the order as we get the cross sticks. Halfway done, 7 up, 7 down is where we sit at the moment as the Karts. Again, your top 2, they pulled a 3.7 second gap back to Gibson, Perry, Eversman through. Look at this shuffle into the S's. That's a good way to start making some moves through. There's your top 2. And that's how long it feels. 3.7 seconds in a go-kart. That is how long 3.7 seconds plus can feel in a go-kart. It is a long time here around this 9/10 of a mile track where we're lapping in sub 54-second lap for a majority of the field. So that's a massive gap to overcome, but at some point, you would think Christian Brooks and John Michael Dunnigan are going to start battling, right? You would think at some point the top 2 are going to throw the parachute and start throwing the elbows at each other. But then you have Gibson and Eversman who are passing each other through. That is Eversman down the inside of the Axis Kart Sport on Jackson Gibson. At some point, these 3 have got to start working together. Gibson, Eversman, Perry, they've got to kind of settle into a rhythm here and try to stay consistent so that way when the top 2 start battling, they can catch, but at the same time, I don't know that you close up 3.5 seconds that easily.
I was going to say Brooks and Dunnigan would have to get into quite the kerfuffle for these 3 to be able to catch up. I mean, 3.5 seconds at a track like K1 Speed with this level of competition, would be unprecedented amount of catch-up. Although Archer Eversman currently purple that last time by, and was purple the lap before that with a 52.7, now purple at a 52.6. So there is speed in this Axis Kart Sport kart. I just think the damage was done a little too early. Not going to be able to show it. Going to have to show it in the main event, as Matthew Cagle also has made his way to the head of this train, making his way up to P6. So at least some damage control there for the GFC driver, but still, I'm sure not the result that he would have wanted going into the Superheat.
Something to think about, too, here when it's all said and done, by the way, looking at your championship. Johnny Stamp was your championship leader going into this weekend, is out of this race for the meatball flag now, sitting scoring-wise in P30 here provisionally. Archer Eversman was second place, back 17 points. Had a pretty good run yesterday for Archer Eversman and is sitting third right now in the lead of this second train here, 3.5 seconds back from your top two. Now, when you think about that, too, that changes the championship run pretty greatly through. So for Archer Eversman, I think right now you need to be thinking about just finishing this race. Yes, you want to battle. You want to get the elbows out. You want to fight. You want to finish as high up as you can. As we're 11 of 14. Defense to the inside there from, that looks like Anaya doing some great defense here at the lead of the second pack through with Matthew Cagle involved there. But at some point, you've got to just think about championship run. Okay, passes in the X3 passes. Wow.
Yeah, we're just coming up with passing zones here today at K1 Circuit. I will say that really explains the emotion shown by Johnny Stamps. You could see when he got that meatball was pounding that steering wheel. Unfortunately, on a day where you see Archer Eversman running P3 and really setting himself up for the big show coming up here later on this afternoon, that hole that Johnny Stamps is going to have to dig himself out of is going to be nigh on impossible. I mean, we've got a couple guys that have started in the 30s that have cracked into the teens, but I'm not sure without a lot of competition as Christian Brooks and John Michael Dunnigan continue to do battle for this race victory of the Superheat. I just don't know if that's going to be enough for Johnny Stamps. This is a huge opportunity for Archer Eversman.
2 to go is the signal across the line. Here we go. This is where Brooks and Dunnigan, the battle really shapes up. But again, 2.8 seconds now. They've lost some pretty considerable pace to the front. They've been losing about 0.3 a lap the last few laps, watching that time slowly tick down. The problem is, where are they at? And you see, I think Brooks isn't really worried about where Dunnigan's at. Brooks is more worried about where Eversman is at here, looking over the shoulder, not necessarily at Dunnigan, but looking back at that second pack, trying to gauge how hard do I defend, how much can I back this up, what's my decision, what's my plan here. Come to the line, white flag, 1 to go, Dean. And I tell you what, I almost want to cover my eyes, but this battle is going to get great. Defense to the inside, and here we go. Dunnigan looking for the switchback, can't do it, has to get back in line.
I think Dunnigan's going to have to wait till Orange Chicken or maybe a dive bomb move at Rocky Moran. Remember, Christian Brooks, a treasure trove of experience, somebody that has led the Las Vegas Super Nationals at the white flag, knows how to defend his position. Ultimately wasn't able to come away with it on that day, but he's got to cover the inside here at double Orange Chicken. Make sure that you force John Michael Dunnigan to go the long way around. It's going to have to be a cutback. Christian Brooks covers it exceptionally well. I don't know if Dunnigan is going to be able to get this run. Might even have to come at tic-tac-toe.
Here we go through Rocky Moran. Great defense to the inside, but look at this. Look who's coming up now. Eversman is there side by side, coming up into the chicane, dives through, and Eversman closing the gap from 3 seconds back to nearly nothing. Top 5 nose to tail across the line, but Brooke able to pick up the win. John Michael Dunnigan in second. Eversman from 3 seconds back to 0.2 of a second off the win there for Axis Kart Sport. It's a 1-3 for Axis here. Great position. Jackson Gibson in 4th. And what about Cameron Perry, the top Formula Works of the day, finishing it up in 5th place. Matthew Cagle able to redeem up to 6th, and Keegan Kaminsky up into 8th with Ian Kim in 7th. What a wild, absolutely amazing K100 Senior Superheat. Wow.
There are going to be some drivers that think they just hit the jackpot, and then there are going to be others that are going to be weeping like you wouldn't believe. Huge shout out to Cameron Perry, up 8 spots as well. Want to also give a shout out to Grayson Shorbert and Ivana Richards, both up 6 spots, some of your biggest movers in this race. Ethan Liu, the biggest, up 14 spots to come home in P18. But you got to think for the likes of Johnny Stamps and others that were compromised by this race. We're going to set ourselves up for action everywhere in the main event.
I tell you what, So much action just happened. I think we need to see it all again here. Let's go and do a Coastal Link recap and talk about this here. This was turn 1, lap 1. You see the runs through. GFC's already swapping places, 2 wide, 3 wide, everyone fanning out all the way along. And again, this is turn 1, lap 1. And then you get back up through. That's the big moment of the race. Their contact coming through, shaking everything up there for Cagle. That was Johnny Stamps involved as well. And then again, up front action down the front stretch. Another one of the Formula Oryx going through. Big cuts there, misses through the bus stop time and time again. That was one of the Kartnik carts missing through side by side, running down to the line. Again, a gap that was over 3 seconds, eliminated down to 2/10 for Archer Eversman to try to get the win. I don't know what to say other than, oh my gosh.
That's just the appetizer. We got the main course coming up, but before that, we got X30 Pro and K100 Heritage on deck. I believe Heritage will be up first. Man, what a day we've already had. Still just getting started here on Kart Chaser. Appreciate you guys being with us. Appreciate you guys on the track. We will be right back.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race, and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Come on, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chaser, our penultimate super heat of the day. It's been 14 laps of KA Heritage. Now, if you think back to yesterday, Heritage and Pro ran together for the qualifying heat yesterday. Today, we split them up. We're going to let Heritage run, and then we'll put the X30s running their own go. So, going to create a bit of a unique run here, especially when we get down into X30s a little bit later. But for the KA100 Heritage class, let's talk about how they line up. It is going to be Joshua Daly with Nash Motorsports. A dominant day yesterday. We'll see if that repeats here with the cooler temperatures, with the different run of the day. How does that play out? And then it's Ariel Abba, Alex Gutierrez, Pietro Moro, Tony Gomez, and Andre Isaac, your Kart taking on this run today. 7 in total, and you've got Nash Motorsports up top with a lot of Mike Manning kartings here, Dean.
I was going to say MMK making up 4 of the 7 karts here in this race. Have they been able to find something overnight? It was all Joshua Daly yesterday. The Joshua Daly show, so to speak, for KA100 Heritage. We'll see if they can work together to try to gang up on the solo Nash Motorsports driver. Hopefully a little bit less chaotic than what we had for KA100 Senior. Only time will tell.
Green flag out here. We're green for KA100 Heritage Superheat here in Winchester. And what a run on the outside line. Joshua Daly not able to get the run. Ariel Abba able to get up into the front here and is going to be kicking things off in the lead. I did not expect to see Joshua Daly get past turn 1, not alone from the outside. Didn't we just say in Senior that the outside line was not the way to run turn 1, but somehow second place up to first?
Surprising to see that. I think the leader controls when the start happens. Maybe Ariel Abba just played her cards right. And the young lady takes herself at the front of the field ahead of Joshua Daly. Daly going to drop down to 3rd here potentially. This is the first time that we've really seen him have to fight for position as there's contact going over through the forward direction of Rocky Moran. Big move up the inside for Alex Gutierrez. Forces Mr. Daly over the curb a little bit. Gutierrez doing some off-tracking as well over the very nice turfing that we have at K1 Surfing. This is perfect for Ariel Abba, although Joshua Daly is already on the scene and fighting for the race lead.
I don't know how Gutierrez held on to that over that curb, all the way up, all the way down. I'm hoping that there's no damage to that cart, because that was a hard landing in an unusual spot, you have to say, completely clearing the curb and landing front bumper first, it looked like there. Nose down sort of orientation. Hopefully it doesn't cause any issues. We'll definitely keep our eyes on that and see if it does. Up front, Ariel Abba trying to defend from Joshua Daly now as Daly has closed that gap in. Top 2. Tell you what, you want to talk about some hard-fought racing, this Heritage category here. These drivers have some racecraft. They can make some crafty, fun, hard-fought things happen here and there. It's just a matter of when, not if. A wheel dipped out there for Gutierrez, and here to the inside. Let's go. Joshua Daly into turn 1 to the inside. That's a more traditional pass, and we will put Nash Motorsports back up in the front.
Now, this is where we find out, has Mike Manning Karting been able to find something with their fleet of drivers to give Ariel Abba a chance to stick with Joshua Daly? We heard him talk yesterday, talking about what his driver coach was saying, going, hey, do you want to feel good or do you want to go fast? It's always good to do both when you can, but now we'll see if the likes of Ariel Ariel Abba, my goodness, my apologies, and Alex Gutierrez will be able to keep up with the likes of Joshua Daly.
Well, if you ask me right now here, again, we're only 2 of 14 laps in. I would say the answer is a resounding yes, because they are sticking right to the rear bumper. But it's really this section of the track where I think that Daly has the best pace going into the final chicane, heading down the front stretch. That's really where Daly's finding the run, and it seems like it's just a bit of a less scared to avoid the curbs for Joshua Daly, I'd say. Abba and Gutierrez, especially watching their Ariel Abba, seems to be really trying to not hit the curbs. Fastest part on track, though, Alex Gutierrez in third here at the moment, right on the back. But here's the problem for Gutierrez. If Gutierrez tries to pass Ariel Abba, that's going to let Joshua Daly run away. So if you're in that third place spot, you're almost better to try to just wait until Abba goes for the move, and then you follow along, and then you try to leapfrog.
I tell you what, we got another problem. Mr. Sun has decided to join us. Ambient temperatures slowly creeping their way up towards the 70s. I wonder if maybe some of these tire pressures were set whilst the sun was away, and now that the temperatures both of the track and of the ambient temperature start to come up, maybe some drivers are going to have their tires come in a little bit earlier than expected, and in a 14-lap superheat could pay big dividends towards the end of this. There's more contact between Alex Gutierrez and Ariel Abba, thankfully both able to keep it going. But it does seem as though Abba and Gutierrez able to keep touch with Joshua Daly for the moment.
You got to worry for Gutierrez there with that impact. Is there a pushback bumper penalty? Say that 5 times fast. Incoming there, and we'll see if we can get a good look there of that 525 Lando Norris Kart, because that was, again, a pretty moderate impact. And now the pushback bumpers aren't going to deploy from a light tap of a rock or a light, just a light something. It does take a little bit of force to deploy those pushback bumpers. They're not designed to just show up for the sake of showing up. You're not going to sneeze at one and cause it to deploy, but you do sometimes see those little miscommunication moments cause that through. And I mean, we talked about it yesterday a bit here, Dean. It's just a flat 5-second penalty. Nothing you can do about it there if the pushback deploys, and it's not appealable. It's either your pushback deployed or it didn't.
That's right. We've got our weather report from Jackson down in the pits. Jackson, what do you got for us?
Definitely still on the nippy side down here. Wind is doing a good job of keeping that nice and cool here in the paddock for the time being. I do see plenty of clouds here still on the horizon. Already a little bit more coverage, so definitely we'll have some spotted coverage here for clouds for the remainder of the day. Crucially, though, guys, very strong headwind coming from the south up north. That'll mean the draft will be very strong coming down Rocky Moran into the final chicane.
Appreciate you, Jackson. And draft. We heard it yesterday. Draft is important here, and hearing that draft out of Rocky Moran, south to the north, I believe yesterday it was a tailwind into turn 1, so the wind has pivoted 90 degrees here, Dean. How does that kind of change your thoughts as a driver on driving this course? Because it's not light wind either. It's pretty moderate, you have to say.
Well, at K1 Circuit, there is this weird thing where it butts up right against the mountain, and that breeze just goes right up the front of it. So typically, at least in this direction, you would expect that you'd have a tailwind pushing you down that front straightaway, the actual front straightaway, into turn number 1. That is the hairpin. Now, as you can see with the flags on the front straightaway, it's pushing you down the straightaway into, or out of Rocky Moran, into the final chicane, and that tailwind isn't as strong on that front stretch, so maybe not as many passing opportunities will be coming as we get a glimpse of it there into turn number 1, but maybe, just maybe, it'll make passing opportunities into that last chicane more viable, and I very much look forward to seeing that.
It definitely felt like it did make things a bit more viable here through the first few superheats we've had. Here in KA100 Heritage, it definitely seems like it's helped with a bit of following here and a bit of playing the game. We're halfway through this superheat, half up, half down. Joshua Daly leads Ariel Abba, and you see Ariel Abba reaching down to the engine there. That always makes me a little bit, a little bit interested in how that driver seems to be feeling. And I'm trying to read the body language here of Ariel Abba, who was reaching down there to the right to the engine of this KA100 Heritage. It seems like you can reach down and make minute adjustments here and there to try to get a little bit more, a little bit less power, and of course manage the engine a little bit. You'll be trying to manage a little bit of the temperature of that IAME engine. You'll be trying to manage a little bit of the power, not overheat. You never know. Sometimes if there's a light issue, you can reach down and very quickly find something, twist it a millimeter, twist it back, and get it back where you want it. So sometimes you will see those drivers reach down. The concern becomes when they're reaching down a lot and the body language becomes a little bit less racing and a little bit more, how do you phrase this? A little bit more, oh poop, I'm in trouble.
I'm not a super big expert on the K100 engine platform, but I believe that there are knobs where you can adjust the richness or the leanness of the engine when it comes to the fuel going in there. So maybe Ariel, they can maybe run it a little bit lean or a little too rich, making a quick adjustment on that power valve And looks like that kart's come to life a little bit. She is closed right onto the back of Joshua Daly. I also want to mention, we're 3 heat races and halfway into the superheat in. Physicality, how physically fit you are, is definitely going to be a factor at the end of this race. I wonder if maybe just some fatigue for some of our more gentlemen or gentle lady drivers is starting to kick in, and those who have better physical fitness starting to rise to the front here.
Definitely could be what we're seeing is, we talk about it a lot too with Kaminsky running the double duty between senior and X30. Today is a blessing for Kaminsky. Yesterday it was get off track in senior and immediately run to the grid for X30 and heritage runs. But now you have a whole session to sort of breathe and reset. That's going to be a double-edged sword to watch in X30 because for Kaminsky, it was a little bit, I liked seeing the back-to-back runs because that track knowledge was fresh, that layout was fresh. Now we put a session in between. You get that time to breathe and reset and relax. That physicality may not be as much of an issue as it might have been otherwise, but now your problem is going to be there's a whole session in between, the whole 30-plus minute in between your run here that can really, really shake things up on the day.
I would also say that is for sure a double-edged sword, but also you do get that little bit of a breather. Maybe you make that little bit of an extra adjustment that you can try in that K100 Senior Final that you can carry over to your X30. I'm not entirely sure if those setups are necessarily symbiotic with one another, but I'd imagine there's quite a bit of carryover between the K100 Senior platform and the X30 platform. So obviously something that Kaminsky is going to have to weigh up, I should say. And this rubber banding gap between Joshua Daly and Ariel Abba just does not quite seem to go away. Joshua really seems strong in the first half of the lap, and then Ariel through the S's, through double orange chicken, through Rocky Moran, down into tic-tac-toe, really able to close up. And then just like that, Joshua Daly takes a little bit more curb, getting through that double chicane a little bit better, and we reset for another lap.
Meatball flag out. That is, I believe, for Tony Gomez there with Lakeside Karting. See if we can get a cut back here to see what's happened to Tony Gomez. Why is there a meatball flag out for our 4th place driver? What has happened here?
And also your championship leader critically. I'm not entirely too familiar with the K100 Heritage point standings, but obviously anytime that you are the championship leader and you have an issue, definitely not what you want to be seeing. But still, only 7 drivers this weekend here for K100 Heritage. Should not compromise Tony too bad. Hopefully it is a relatively small issue there for the driver of the 505. If in fact it is Tony Gomez, we will get confirmation for you guys as soon as we possibly can as the battle for the lead continues on.
Tony Gomez leading the championship, coming in with Joshua Daly and Andre Isaac, your top 3 in points. Joshua Daly at 259 and Tony Gomez at 482 points because Joshua Daly missed round 3 and missed, more importantly, the double points in round 5. But if Joshua Daly can perform like this throughout 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds going all the way into September, Joshua Daly's in a good position here to put some pressure through here. But right now, Ariel Abba putting the pressure forward here, 1/10 of a second off of Daly. Daly here at the end seems to possibly be losing a little bit of pace here in the Nash Motorsport. Big wiggle there. That's an error coming out of double orange chicken. This is telling me that kart for Joshua Daly, if tire pressures really were set up for a cooler track, cooler run, maybe we're seeing that come into effect. Maybe it's just the end of the superheat, the end of the tire life. I don't think Daly took new tires coming into this. Definitely could be changing things. 1 lap to go, Dean, and I think Joshua Daly does not have this in the bag.
Unfortunately, it was actually for Pietro Moro was the driver that received the meatball flag. He is out of the race, and unfortunately will have to come from 7th in the in the main event coming up later on this afternoon. I just don't know if Ariel Abba is close enough to Joshua Daly. This is likely going to have to come from a mistake, unless the young lady would like to go for a huge move on the inside of double chicken. Just not quite close enough. Man, I tell you what, Daly's had a smooth ride this whole weekend. This is really the first time that we've seen him be put under a lot of pressure. Abba's close, just not quite close enough just yet.
Ariel Abba doesn't go for a move through the second bus stop, doesn't go through a move through Rocky Moran. Is it a move down the front stretch? Hits the chicane there, big wiggle through. Coming to the checkered flag, Daly dumps the helmet down, doesn't look behind, and looks forward, catches the checkered flag, will win the KA100 Heritage Superheat. Ariel Abbott in second, Alex Gutierrez in third. Fourth place coming through will be Tony Gomez here with Lakeside Karting, and Mike Manning Karting's Craig Vasquez in fifth, the Techno Kart in sixth. Unfortunately for Pietro Moro, a meatball flag for some sort of moment there with 3 laps to go. Heartbreak when you're 3/4 of the way through the race. Your bumper dragging down can take you out. That hurts.
Yeah, I'd never want your race to come to an end via meatball, but once again, only 7 drivers on hand here this afternoon. He will have to come from the inside of row number 4, as we've seen. Not necessarily, not always the rule of thumb, but the inside does seem to be the place that you want to be as we get our results up on the screen. Ariel Abba tried absolutely everything to hound Joshua Daly, was not quite enough to overcome her Nash Motorsports rival, but in the end, I think we definitely have a taste of what we can expect in the main event. Should be a good feature between those two.
It'll be 17 laps for the main event of KA100 Heritage. They hit the gates at 1:30, and on-track action will start at 1:50 here, trackside time. Let's take a look as they roll into the scales. And for your final superheat of the morning here at the K1 circuit in Winchester, California, with live Kart Chaser coverage, bringing this to you here as it happens. Let's talk about this run here for the X30s, these 125cc IAME tag engines ready to roll through for some hard fighting action. It is Keegan Kaminsky who will be kicking things up with the Formula Works GFC in the front, with the MSRT Maxwell Motorsport Kart Republic and Lakeside Karting GFC in third. Let's send it down trackside to Jackson. Jackson, what you got for it?
We thought yesterday, maybe during that battle with Keegan Kaminsky, Sergey Karamselli knocked that water hose off of the radiator and maybe cooked that X30 power plant. Talked to them just before they got that kart off the stand, and what actually happened was it was a slight nudge of that rear axle that caused the brake rotor to rub against the pad itself. That's why he was slow, but definitely explains the burning smell. His dad, Andre, on the wrenches for him was the first to blame it, said he didn't double check it. Regardless, that Kart Republic, the 604, ready to go racing here for the Superheat.
Dean, that's an interesting error there. A slight wiggle of the rear axle causing big failures there that definitely shaped out the the heats yesterday. How does it play for the superheats today as they run in the tram lines?
It's interesting. These curbs generate a lot of vibrations, and if you do, and I've been a victim of this as well, if you do not super tighten those set screws as the inside line gets a huge jump, Caramelli goes nowhere. And for the first time this weekend, we see Shane Hawkins move himself up into position number 2. But a lot of vibration over these curbs, a lot of jumps as well with tic-tac-toe. Maybe just didn't quite have it tight enough as Caramelli goes back up the inside of Shane Hawkins. We'll see if there's any speed in that Kart Republic. It's fast enough to go catch Keegan Kaminsky. That's already a pretty big gap for a driver that seems to have a leg up on his competition this afternoon.
Kaminsky here looking to secure a strong run. Again, Kaminsky you will see twice this weekend, running in KA Senior and in X30 Pro. The only driver running double duty this weekend. And that has its pluses, that has its minuses. The big plus is, of course, the track knowledge. You're getting double the lap time, but I'd also put that in the negative category because you're going to be running double the lap time. And look at that, already making radiator adjustments here early on.
I will say it looks like Caramelli is kind of reeling him back in. And obviously, we saw last time out at Spring Mountain, just because we have a small field does not mean that we will be short on action. Phenomenal racing last time in Spring Mountain with this X30 Pro category. Would love to see this little 1v1 really kick off between the Kart Republic driver of Sergei Caramelli and the Formula Works GFC of Keegan Kaminsky. I also want to point out, I like the psychological games there on the outlap. Sergei Caramelli was not interested in sitting behind Keegan Kaminsky. Keegan Kaminsky literally made Caramelli have to wait through Rocky Moran to get side by side. So, you know, whenever you have these kind of one-on-one battles, it's always interesting to see who's going to pull out the psychological tools.
Someone's always going to do it, and when they do it, it's always exciting. Again, radiator adjustments down the front stretch here for Kaminsky. Kaminsky seeming to really be dialing things in, and you can tell Caramelli trying to dial in some extra power here. You see them reaching with that left hand, as opposed to what we've seen all day with the KAs. They reach to the right. Here in X30, they reach with the left hand there, and you see them adjusting the radiator. That's adjusting the airflow in to cool or heat the engine a bit differently. That provides a little bit more power here through, because these X30 Pro engines, they are water-cooled. Your KA package, it's air-cooled, 100 cc's single cylinder. This is water-cooled, 125 cc's of action. Again, a little bit faster, a little bit more power. That's why they're pushing 50-second laps here around 9/10 of a mile.
I tell you what, it is absolutely mesmerizing watching these karts just fly off into Rocky Moran, coming up the S's, really every corner on this gorgeous K1 circuit. A joy to watch go-karts go around. At the moment, Caramelli just a little bit more than a half-tenth quicker than Keegan Kaminsky at the moment as that gap slowly trickles down. We heard from Sergei Caramelli at the end of Spring Mountain a couple of weeks ago that Kart Republic is either the fastest thing on the track or the slowest thing on the track. And at the moment, it appears to be the quickest.
I'll tell you right now, looking at Caramelli, it's putting some pressure along, which is the goal. Again, you see that line in the radiator that is changing through. Look at the horizontal bracket that is there. That is really what's your gauge on where the cooling is, where the heating is. When they're kind of similar, both drivers are really pushing through. And that's something that in X30, I feel like you really learn how to do that more by feel than you do actually learning, you know, the technical minute details. Look at that big adjustment there from Kaminsky that time through. Caramelli responds into turn 1, does the same adjustment. That tells me Caramelli is in this race looking for a win.
That last time by 7/100ths quicker, just like the plastic spoon through a cinder block, slowly but surely. Keegan Kaminsky is just walking up on Keegan Kaminsky. Unfortunately, looks like Shane Hawkins still missing a little something on that Lakeside Karting GFC. But for the moment, slowly working our way to a battle for the race lead here.
It's working through lap times. I mean, they're sitting right in a position where it's a little bit faster for Caramelli than Keegan Kaminsky. A little bit faster is all you need. A little bit of an error there out of the final corner. We've closed this gap a bit more. That draft is playing a bit more. Again, remember, it's a tailwind out of Rocky Moran down through into the front stretch. The front stretch, your wind goes right to left on your screen. If you're watching, if you are on track, it's going into your face there in the grandstands and into the pit area. So that is what really is going to set things through. So the draft is strong here. We know Caramelli again fastest lap last time through, a 10th faster than Kaminsky. This battle might be on.
Tell you what, as well, remember, Caramelli did pull in early for that third heat race, so a little bit of extra tire life left in that 604 compared to his rival in the 609. Does seem as though a little bit more aggressive. That Kart Republic just seems a little bit better through that tic-tac-toe section. And here we go. I think we're about a lap away, or maybe this is going to be where we see the move for the lead. A little bit of a bump there from Caramelli to the back of Kaminsky. Battle for the lead is on.
The gap has went to a whole lot of nothing here. Let's see how this battles through. Look over the shoulder from Kaminsky. We haven't really seen Kaminsky looking behind, but when you hear a second engine start to get a bit louder than yours, you start to really think about what's going on behind you. So you look over the shoulder behind there into the S's, and right now Kaminsky now head down trying to find some moves. Caramelli through the second bus stop looking good. Here we go into Rocky Murray on the Kart Republic down the inside of the GFC. Shuffle for the lead here, and it is Caramelli ahead of Kaminsky for the first time this race.
And we got a report from Jackson on the pits. Jackson, give us the goods.
This is phenomenal. Shades of what we saw with Caden O'Connor just a couple weeks ago. And I think a big part of that has to be the weather. A lot of guys were a little bit more conservative on the prices, knowing that it might have been actually a little bit more this morning, knowing that they would have to go until the end of this superheat before they moved over to that sticker set for the main event. But these guys ended up conserving all Saturday. Now find out they have a little bit more in the tank. That's why you're seeing these two go all out right now.
But tire games have been the name of the game here so far. But into Sunday, Jackson, you said it best right then. It's all out through, and look at the adjustment again, adjusting that radiator curtain there for Kaminsky and Caramelli there again, making those adjustments, trying to keep that X30 into that optimal window to find the best amount of power. It is literally like a little curtain that they are adjusting up and down that affects the amount of air going into the radiator. That gives them more power, less power. It really depends on what they're feeling. They need to make sure the engine's not too cold, but they also don't want it to get too hot. But they need it to be in that optimal window. And again, that's one of those that you kind of learn that as you go.
I believe for these X30 engines, my knowledge of this platform is a little bit shallow, but if it's anything like the KZ, about 120 to 130 degrees Fahrenheit is the sweet spot. And anything over 130, you start to lose those little bit of increments of power. And in an engine that I believe is pushing about 32, I want to say, horsepower. Once again, correct me if I am wrong, but all those little bits and pieces definitely add up over the course of the lap, especially at a track as big as K1 Circuit, as Caramelli takes another big bite out of tic-tac-toe. It seems as though Kaminsky's better everywhere else, but Caramelli is just letting it all hang out at tic-tac-toe.
There's going to be parts of the track where I think the tic-tac-toe is going to be tic-tac-toeing for these drivers. It seems like Caramelli's stronger in certain sectors of the track, Kaminsky able to find pace in others, and it's really going to come down to who is that optimal for along the go, because that is what is really kind of showing itself through. Engine temperature, you're pretty well right in the range. It's 45 to 65 Celsius, which is roughly 120 to 150-ish. So that is really where things manage themselves along in the temperature. If it's too cold, it's going to feel lazy in the cart and inconsistent. It's not going to be going through. If you're not going too hot, then, I mean, you're pushing damage, you're pushing detonation of the engine, you're looking at a bad time. It's a balancing act, and it's something that you'll see them adjust a lot here. We're down to 4 laps to go, and you know what I want to do right now while these carts follow each other? I just want to listen to how they're running here, because these 125cc's, they rev up so good. So we're going to crank the audio here. Enjoy this for about a lap. I'll tell you what, there's just something fun about getting to sit back and listen to the karts go around the track. It's fun to commentate, don't get me wrong. It's fun to go through, but when you get down to 2 laps to go, you got to bring in the commentary yet again. Dean, here we go. Move to the outside, switch back outside to inside. Can that Kart Republic get ahead?
I was going to say maybe Caramelli was just sitting there and waiting, trying to save a little bit of tire to go up to Keegan Kaminsky here as we're making our way around to the white flag. A little bit of a bold move that we saw. We saw these two go at it yesterday. First, it was Caramelli making the huge move around the outside at turn number 1, a place that I honestly thought would have been impossible to go around the outside. And just when I thought my mind couldn't be blown enough, Keegan Kaminsky around the outside into tic-tac-toe. Hopefully both these guys play nice. Remember, we still have a 20-lap main event coming up here at the end of the day between these two. Both of these cars need to be ready for that. But make no mistake, Sergei Caramelli wants to win this race.
Down the inside into the chicane. That's a way to do it here out of the final corner. That is how you go for a pass. Practicing that move now for Kaminsky ahead of Caramelli. 1 lap to go. White flag out. This is where the gloves come off. This is where the battle goes through. They've 17 seconds, the gap between them and Shane Hawkins. So it's Formula Works versus MSRT Maxwell Motorsport. It is Kaminsky double duty versus Caramelli, who's ran every X30 race this season and is your points leader by an astounding margin. Who wins this point?
A little bit of a needless defensive move there by Kaminsky, although it kind of slowed up Caramelli. You see a little bit of a shake of the head there from Sergei Caramelli. Another defensive move here from Keegan Kaminsky. I think we're about to see a repeat of yesterday. Here comes Caramelli with the run. Kaminsky goes defensive. Caramelli gonna opt to not go for the pass. That's quite surprising.
Not going for the pass there, is going to sit behind, look over the shoulder there from Kaminsky, drag race to the line, 1/2 tenth separating them, bumper to bumper as they cross the line. Kaminsky ahead of Caramelli. That is a big statement there from the Formula Works driver. Double duty, 12.6 miles. Look at that, averaging 62.3 miles an hour across a lap. That is ridiculous in the pace that is in these X30 karts.
I mean, the Caramellis are a smart bunch of people. I wonder if maybe Sergei is going to keep that one in his back pocket for the main event later on. Really not wanting to show his hand to Keegan Kaminsky, knowing that he's going to be starting next to the Formula Works driver coming up. Speaking of coming up, we got the minis coming up and the under 10s in not too long. Man, I'm ready to go for main events.
You and me both. We're going to step aside here at Kart Chaser, take a quick break. The guys have been talking about a breakfast burrito in the background here while we've been going. The Kart Chaser group chat is all about that breakfast burrito. That is Jackson Lambros approved, as I've been told. So we're going to go enjoy some breakfast burritos, debrief on the morning, get ready for finals. Your minis and your mini under 10, it's 12 laps. They gate up at 11:45 a.m. local time. And then gates close at 12. They're on track at 12:05. So come back and join us here in just a little bit. It's a bit over an hour. You got your Perico countdown to green in the top right. It's 84 minutes till we'll be back. So don't go anywhere. If you do, go check out USPKS here live on Kart Chaser. They are having some fun runs over there in Indiana and Newcastle. Go check them out, but make sure you've got a timer set and come back and join us here in Winchester, California when your finals here for Champions of the Future America Series go live. We'll see you on the other side. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Your Perico countdown to green, 7 minutes left to go, and we're rolling the Mini Under 10 and Mini onto the grid for finals. 12 laps of action for these young drivers, our youngest drivers of the weekend, to get things going. They've gotten through practice sessions, warm-up, qualifying, preheat, and a superheat, and they will be showing what they can do here today in a 12-lap final. It's myself, Brad Dalton, here in the booth. I'll be joined by my wonderful friends here going through the weekend, as I have all weekend. Of course, I've got Dean Hell up here helping me make the calls, and then trackside, we've got Jackson, and Jackson has been having a great time running through, and we'll be hearing from Jackson quite a bit this afternoon. But the big thing to talk about right now as we're taking a look is everyone through, and, well, you're sick of hearing my voice. Let's send it down to Jackson. Jackson, good afternoon, my friend.
Good afternoon, Brad. The sun has certainly pierced us here, and it is a star-studded lineup ready to get this party started here in Mini U10. Let's meet him. I can count. I think we're back here from row number 5, so 257. Oh, man, I'm fighting the wind here. Phobal Grunner and Carson Bishop, who had a very rough run at Spring Mountain, will be rolling off. That's third overall in the U10 division. To my right here, Ryan McPhail in the 155. He's looking for his second podium of the year in the U10 division. Kendall West had a really rough weekend. Guys had a big flip yesterday. She's all good. Slightly battered up GFC, trying to get that position 1 Motorsports 211. A little bit further up in the field, carry on that championship lead. A little bit further up, our lone HRT in the field. Matthew Pacioli in that 216 has looked like a dark horse all weekend long. He'll roll off at P8 alongside him. Emiliano Hernandez, Adams Motorsports Park native, the Riverside kid in the 227, another GFC. He'll be rolling off on the inside of row number 4. A little bit further up, Lachlan Postle, your Spring Mountain winner, comes into this round with double the points. Formula Works GFC driver outside of row number 3. It'll be an all GFC row number 2. Big waves there for your furthest up qualifying U10 driver in the young history of champions of the future. That's Benji Monroy in the 171, P5 overall on pole position for the Mini U10 division. Lone factory kart up here in the field. That's the 213. Asher Bazonsky has looked very fast. Has had no issues so far this weekend. We'll see what he can do from P4. P2 on the inside, Ben Tavi. 2 podiums so far in this young champions of the future season. That Energy Corsa driver looking for number 3. On the front row, on the outside, only the second race for Chase Rittering, trying to be the first Pantano driver to get victory here in Champions of the Future. And it's been the man out in front all season long, it seems. The Pacific Northwest kid, Maddox Carlucci, in that 205 Nash Motorsports machine. It is all to play for here in Mini and Mini U10, Brad.
All to play for Mini U10. Big shout out to Jackson Lambros down there, giving us the grid walk as we wait on the carts to fire up. You're looking at about 4 minutes for your Perico countdown to green. It's the longest session of the weekend that these Mini U10 and Minis do here, Dean. It's 12 laps that they have to endure here around the track in order to win things through. Carts getting ready to fire up. We're getting ready to clear the grid and send them through. Dean, what is the key for our drivers up front for this final event?
Simply put, stopping Maddox Carlucci, the Mad Max driver for Nash Motorsports in the 205, has been dominant this weekend. Chase Rittering has had flashes, as well as Ben Tavi and Asher Bazonsky on being able to challenge the 205. Can you compromise his race enough to not allow him to get away? That will be the key for this afternoon.
I think what's going to be really interesting to watch is the fact that there's been one time that we have stopped Maddox Carlucci. It was E3 with Chase Rittering in conditions somewhat similar to where we're at right now. It was sunny and 80-degree air temp then. We're at 70-degree air temp and sunny right now. Is there a chance that Maddox Carlucci and Chase Rittering can make things happen through? Take a look at our lineup here. You heard Jackson walk us through that top 10 through, but just to remind you, Carlucci, Rittering, Tavi, Bazonsky, Monroy, and Postle, your top 6. You've got GFCs. You've got a Pantano kart up on the outside of the front row. How does that outside line roll off on this kart? From there, it's Hernandez, Pacioli, West, McPhail again. We talked about Kendall West having that big moment there yesterday. Thankfully, all okay, and Kendall West out here rolling through. Roble and Bishop will be 11th and 12th place. From there, they will send it through from Ochi Gomez, Tejas Melo, Bordachevenko, Matijajic, and Juarez. Your top 18 from Paralympics and Tony Kart. Mean there is still a chance that drivers further back in this field can work their way forward.
Yeah, there's a chance, but frankly, I wouldn't bank on it. These Nash Motorsports machines, as well as the 256 of Chase Ridinger and Asher Bazonsky, have been the class of the field. Even Benjamin Monroy and Lachlan Postel showed some signs of life in the Superheat earlier today, as well as Kendall West making a quick start. Unfortunately for her, kind of just ran out of time to latch on to the front five as they were able to break away. Not a horrible starting spot from the young lady of Position 1 Motorsports. Very, very likely it's going to be the two Nash Motorsports machines of Max Carlucci, Benjamin Tabi, the Ford Direction Motorsports machine of Chase Rittering, and the competition speed machine of Asher Bazonsky settle in this one. But hey, who knows?
Who knows is the question, and the answer is going to be, well, we will in approximately 12 lap time. And 12 laps around here, about 12 minutes of action. If you can't wait 12 minutes, well, I got bad news. This is live. You're waiting 12 minutes just like the rest of us here. Front row, Carlucci, Rittering, or is it Nash Motorsports' Ben Tabby there in third? Is it Bazonsky with competition speed in fourth? Who makes this work? Again, Position 1 GFC, they're all in there. There's an HRT, and it's anyone's game. But, of course, to win, you got to start. We're slow into the tram lines. We're waiting. Green flag is out. We're racing for finals here in Mini, and already you see spreading out here. Nobody wants to stay in line. It's the Finch driving up front from Carlucci of Max Motorsports. Already up on the inside from Nash Motorsports. Ben Tabby getting up to second. We're 2 wide, 3 wide. Further back outside of the top 5 coming through, squeezing along into the S here as they head up the hill to the S for the first time. Everyone pretty well holds it together. A couple carts around in the back, put up in the front. It's Nash Motorsports 1-2.
Shocker, shocker. Nash Motorsports 1-2 at the front of this field. As mentioned, the outside line just does not seem to be the place that you want to be. Luckily for Chase Rittering, able to kind of hold position, only dropping one spot back to P3, but Asher Bazonsky and others really coming off short after the really big move by Lachlan Postel to move himself up into position number 4. Great move by him. Unfortunately, not working out so well for others. One of the fastest drivers this far this weekend in Asher Bazonsky, now out of position. And thus far, looks like all the main players have survived this first lap.
So we've got the game up in the front. It is game on. We're playing the chess match. We've hit the middle game here. Let's send it down trackside because that chess match is starting. Jackson, you've got something here in the game that I don't see. What is it?
Well, part of the strategy we saw early on in the season, Brad, was a lot of guys, particularly in the Mini and U10 division, staying on those scuffed tires that they had used the entire weekend up until that point, instead of moving to the newer set of Preza tires that they're allowed to switch to for the main event. Once we got to Spring Mountain a couple weeks ago, we start to see this kind of migration of that experiment maybe being over and fully committing to that new set of tires. I walked the grid here before we took the green flag. Only two I could really see still on that older set. Lincoln Coils further back, and Jackson Von Freckleton and that Precision Works CRG. So pretty much the entire front half of this field here going on the new tires. If anyone was staying on the old set, definitely seemed like more of a Hail Mary to try and find some extra pace.
Appreciate you, Jackson. And Dean, it's interesting to talk about, why would you stay on a scuff set here going into the final when you have that option of taking those new Preza tires? What would be the idea here? Is Lachlan Postel all the way back down the order in third right now? So that's the fastest lap of anyone.
Only thing I can think of is there's a lot of track grip out there. Remember, it looks like the sun's come out. It is only 70 degrees ambient temperature out on track right now. Still a lot of grip in this racetrack. With such short wheelbases, I would imagine these mechanics would want to free up these go-karts, allow their drivers to really have a lot more flexibility with their cars, not get so stuck up in the rubber. So an interesting choice. It's kind of fun to see how the velocities kind of ebb and flow back and forth. As Lachlan Postel, who frankly up until the Superheat has kind of been MIA, really a lot more out of the Formula Works GFC driver this weekend, showing everything he's got right now. He's got the Nash boys under pressure, and Chase Rittering is not too far back as Asher Bazonsky makes a move on Kendall West to move himself back inside the top 5.
Great moves there, up and down the grid as we're into lap 3 of 12. We're a quarter of a way through this race, 3/4 of a race to go, and again, Possible putting in purple lap, 57.745 to a 57.9 from Carlucci, your race leader. So that GFC Formula Work Kart here definitely seems to be finding some pace late on, but National Motorsports, we'll see here, has been so strong all weekend. What can play the game here? By the way, forward directions, Chase Rittering definitely not moving in a forward direction, down into 4th place here and settling in. The gap is increasing by the lap here for Chase Rittering on the top 3. Top 3 having a strong line here. There's 4th and then 5th place back. Asher Bazanski there sitting in 5th, started in 4th, but seems to have things settled in right now. Right now, we're not seeing what we saw in the Superheat with the juniors and the seniors, where they were all, 10, 12 karts packed together. Yesterday, we saw every single kart junior in a line for a long time. Here in the Mini and the Mini U10, we're seeing a bit more of that pocket of racing starting to develop here, at least a third of the way through. But Dean, you and me know, accordion effects, they are real.
As always, I gotta say, this is typically where we see Carlucci start to stretch those legs out. The first 5 or 6 laps, everybody seems to be kind of close, but once we get, the tires come up to temp, these drivers get a little bit more situated. Carlucci just seems to find that extra gear, and if I'm Lachlan Possible, I gotta think maybe worth pushing the issue here on Benjamin Tavi. It's always nice to work with the Nash Motorsports guys, but if he wants to win this race, you are going to have to break up that duo, especially before the likes of Chase Rittering gets there, which makes things even more complicated as this quartet makes its way down the front straightaway. Oh!
Well, let's start playing
that,
some music to the inside. Yeah, here we go. Nash Motorsport swapping positions. That's Ben Tavi taking the lead for, I believe, the first time this weekend, going through into the front here over Maddox Carlucci. Will that stay, though? Benjamin Tavi holding up in the front here, but here comes Carlucci to the inside through the S's. Dean, that's not a normal place to try a pass.
And here's the hard part. If you haven't led this entire weekend, all of a sudden you're the rabbit that everybody's chasing. Can Benjamin Tavi quickly adapt and find the speed to at least keep himself at the front of this train? Obviously, the draft is so important with these mini go-karts. And how aggressive do you want to be if you're Max Carlucci? Yes, you might have the same paint scheme and the same sticker kit as the driver in front of you, but critically, everybody's got their own motivation. These drivers might be teammates, but they're not fully teammates, if that makes any sense. And obviously, Lachlan Possible and Chase Rittering will be having their own agendas as well. Carlucci and karting, you're either going forward or going backwards. We'll see if and Carlucci wants to go forwards.
Carlucci now down to the inside here. You got to wonder, since it is teammate 1 and 2, was there a little bit of a conversation had here in Nash Motorsports about how to handle the front 2 positions? Get up in front, and then what do we do? Are we leapfrogging? Who's faster? Am I defending for you? Are you defending for me? Are we both just trying to run away? What's the goal here? You have to wonder. And right now it seems like the goal is not as clear. It's about as clear as the dirt on the edge of the track here, honestly, looking at it. I can't tell who's the faster kart, who's the faster position. Draft is strong. Possible and Rittering putting some strong pressure right now on Benjamin Tavi. I was expecting a look into Rocky Moran from 3rd and 4th place. They don't do so. And Carlucci now trying to just head down and get away.
Oh, that's a brave place to try to make a pass. Over the curb goes Benjamin Tavi as Lachlan Possible forces the issue. I think likely Benjamin Tavi probably would have been better off backing out of here. We'll see if Chase Rittering is going to force the issue. And I tell you what, if these guys battle too much longer, we could be seeing the likes of Asher Bazanski, Benjamin Monroy, and Kendall West immediately right back into this fight. But now the teammates have been split. It is GFC Formula Works versus Nash Motorsports.
So to give you some pace context here, it was a half-second pace different between Monroy and Benjamin Tavi last time as we get that Shop AKR replay. That's that brave move there, and somehow Lachlan Possible able to stay on the track. Unfortunately for Benjamin Tavi going off the track. We'll see if the stewards have a look at that. Of course, over the weekend, we'll be keeping you updated on the remainder of this weekend on what is called where, when, and how as it goes through. Up here in the front, we still have Carlucci leading Possible, and I think we said this earlier, but I'm going to reiterate it. Formula Works GFC, Lachlan Possible here in Mini hasn't really been in the context as Possible runs through Rittering, also off into the final corner. These Minis are trying to carry so much pace out of the final corner that sometimes you're finding dirt, and that's a swap back through for Benjamin Tavi on Chase Rittering again. And you see the hand signals. Let's move forward. Here's the problem. You're saying one thing, but you're doing another.
I think for Benjamin Tavi, that was the let's move forward, and that for Chase Rittering, that was the are you kidding me? Put the big move on Ben Tavi into Rocky Moran, and just as quickly as he got that spot, Tavi goes up the inside, and that's brought the likes of Asher Bizanski and Kendall West right into, or I should say Benjamin Monroy into this fight as Bizanski up the inside, taking over that 4th position. Unfortunately for these drivers, all that pointing ahead, can't really decide who's going to be at the front of this pack. I don't know if any one of these 4 really have the pace to go catch the likes of Maddox Carlucci and Lachlan Postle. It still seems like this is going to be the blue and fluo versus the black and white at the front.
And this isn't the case of miscommunication, potato, potato, tomato, tomato, where you're saying the same word, you're saying it different ways. This is, I'm saying I'm a ballerina, and you're saying I'm an Olympic gymnast. It is 2 completely different languages being spoke right now, and that is where the difference in decisions on passing, on running, are coming from here. That is what's making things so challenging right now for this 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place pack to move their way up to the top 2. The top 2 are dancing a tango, while these guys are all dancing a hoedown here. I don't even really have a sting for that. I got a sting for that, though. That was a moment.
Asher Bizanski looking for the gap at Orange Chicken was not there, as Benjamin Tavi was not willing to yield. You got to think for Ben Tavi and especially Chase Rittering, you've been at the front this entire weekend as Bizanski's going to look up the inside, going to wisely back out of it going to tic-tac-toe. But you got to think, you've been in the fight for the win of all these heat races and all the super heats thus far this weekend, and you're watching the likes of Lachlan Postle and Maddox Carlucci just pull away as we're going to be seeing the twin sticks next time by. Time is running out, and unfortunately, I think all of these drivers might have overplayed their hand. 2.5 seconds going to be a lot to make up in 2.5 laps.
Well, remember what we saw in the superheat. 3 seconds made up in less than a lap. So we saw that in the superheats today in our classes. So I don't want to put them out of the realm of possibility if Carlucci and Postle start battling, as that's a look at the 219 of Lincoln Cloyes. Unfortunately, out of this race. Looks like engine troubles there for the 219. That is heartbreak for Zach Woodsford Racing, going out here in the final, end of the day, with just a couple laps to go.
I will say this is quite the shades of Spring Mountain, if I remember correctly. Wow, what a save there by Lachlan Postle. But at Spring Mountain, Lachlan really did, as we get the white flag, I should mention as well, Lachlan just did not have the speed all weekend long, and then in the main event really turned it up and kind of stole that one away from Maddox Carlucci. But I'd imagine Mad Max had a fire lit under him, wanting to redeem himself after letting that one slip away at Spring Mountain. With that mistake from Lachlan Postle, he's half a lap away from doing exactly that.
Jackson, what you got for us on Lincoln Cloyes?
Brought the Kart Republic 219 in early, was showing his mechanic. He was given a good tug to that throttle, and it would not want to move from that upright, closed position. Better certainly to have it that way than to have it stuck wide open on the track. But regardless, that'll be back of the pack. 23rd is where the KR driver will end his day.
Appreciate you, Jackson. Here we go into the final corners of the mini final lap. Defense to the inside here for Carlucci. Postle trying to look outside into the chicane. There's been passes there, not able to get the pass out of the final corner. It's a run down to the line. Is it Carlucci? Is it Postle? Hop in the seat, and at the line by 0.04 of a second, Maddox Carlucci. Nash Motorsport will be victorious here in Mini in round number 6 of Champions of the Future here in Winchester, California. 0.04 of a second separated those two karts across the line.
Maddox just scared me with the defensive move, kind of almost a needless defensive move down there in the Orange Chicken. Allowed Lachlan Postle to get super close, but beautifully managed from there by Mad Max. Maddox Carlucci, a very well-deserved win. Redemption for Spring Mountain, and a great run. Also, great performance from Lachlan Postle, up 4 spots, your biggest mover in this race. Going to come up, as mentioned, 400 short of back-to-back victories here for Champions of the Future. Nash Motorsport's going to get to partying. Still got a couple more races to go, though.
That we do. We'll see if Nash Motorsport can continue along here as we come across the line. Maddox Carlucci in the front, Lachlan Postle second, Benjamin Tavi in third, with Asher Bizanski, Chase Rittering finishing out your top 5. Then it was Benjamin Monroy winning the under 10 category by a good margin there. Next driver is Lion McPhail in P11. But from there, Kendall West, Matthew Paciuli, Hernandez, Robel, McPhail, Ochi, Freitas, Gomez, Bishop, your top 15. And then a big shout out to Adriano, Matijacic, Schlemmer, Bordashevenko, Freckleton, Severiente, Juarez, and of course Lincoln Cloys. Unfortunately, there was some sort of throttle issue out on this race in 23rd. We'll look to bring that Kart Republic Zach Woodsford Racing Kart back next time here next month to improve. What a run here in the minis.
I was going to say, reminder, all results are provisional. You never know what's going to change in post-race, but a very clean race for our minis. I would be surprised to see any kind of pushback, bumper penalties, at least for your front five. Very, very clean and respectful driving from all of our racers involved. And we've got post-race interviews coming to you from Jackson Lambros down on the start-finish line.
We didn't even have the stands out, and these kids coordinated it absolutely perfectly. And there's some confusion here because Lachlan's over here talking to Maddox. Maddox wanted to slot into that P2 spot. Maddox, you won, my friend. That was a drag race to the very end. You can get up. You guys are all good. We got the chocks in. But, man, I think Dino put it best. That was absolute redemption from a loss at Spring Mountain. You can keep the helmet on there, Maddox. Really good battle with the GFC there. Walk me through those last couple of laps, my friend.
Just waiting for the moment, and if we battled, then I would be ready for it.
You were able to kind of build that gap in the championship as well, over Tavi and a couple of other guys. Has the championship standings been in your mind at all this weekend?
No, actually. I don't really... Yeah, no.
That's the good approach, one race at a time. Who do you want to thank for this victory, Maddox?
I just want to thank my team and my mom and my dad for bringing me out here.
Good stuff. We'll keep it going here. And a chippy conversation here with Gideon as we say hello to Lachlan Postle. That was a fun battle in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, that really was. I was just confused there how they did the two. They did that one checkered and then they did the two. So that confused me. But it was really close to the line there. I knew he won it, but next round.
You kind of came in early on in the season, still trying to find pace. Do you feel like you've noticed how much you've evolved so far this season?
Yeah, I think I've gotten quite a bit better. I've gone from getting 10th and being okay now to getting on the podium and doing one win here.
Good stuff. He's done a lot of traveling, but he comes back home to the West Coast and continues to develop. This kid has too. I'm taking the long way around here, Ben. I'm sorry. Ben Tavi, phenomenal drive, my friend, another podium. How hard was it to beat Asher, that whole company further back? Because it was a doghouse in the last couple laps.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. It's great being out here, being able to race. I think that it's such a pleasure to be able to race in such a fantastic series with y'all.
Thanks, Ben.
No problem.
I am baffled with how well media trained these kids are, despite some of them being still young enough to be in the U10 division. Ryan McPhail made it on the podium. I'm not sure if he won overall. Regardless, we're going to snag you for an interview. That looked like some good driving out there. Talk to me about that race.
Thank you. It was really fun and technical, but I really wanted to get in it, and I got it.
Thanks, Lion.
You're welcome.
Bradley?
I always do forget sometimes just how young these kids are. All of us here at Kart Chaser, we always have that moment where it's, we watch how well the minis race and the mini U10s especially race through just hard, clean, fair racing here in their category. And then all of a sudden we sit back and we go, wait a second. These kids are how old again? And yes, as a reminder, the mini U10s, they are called the mini U10s because they are under the age of 10, and the minis are under the age of 12. That's your first final of the day done, of the weekend done. Here's the good news for you. You got 4 more finals coming. KA Junior, I mean, we saw what the SuperHeats for KA Junior did. Buckle it up here. They go on track here shortly. We'll get ready to roll them out through. And when we do that, it'll be very exciting. We still have many U10s to talk to, though. We, of course, talked to second place there of Lion McPhail. We still have Benjamin Monroy, and we still have Mailer Lucas Freitas from Nash Motorsports to talk to. It's a good Nash Motorsports weekend, you got to say. Pulling 1-3 in the minis and pulling 3rd in the U10 category. You got to be feeling pretty good for Nash Motorsports there. They're going to be celebrating this weekend. And while the minis and the mini U10s get their celebration.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscrack Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscrack, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscrackRacing.com.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
KA100 Junior. It has been fireworks all weekend long, but it all comes down to this, the main event for round number 6. It's anyone's game, but realistically, if anyone's really got a shot for it, it's going to be right here in the top 10. Let's meet him on the outside here, starting P10. Jet Whipple has been having top 5 pace. The GFC machine, the 38, will be rolling off on the outside of row number 5. Alongside him, the 316, that's Henry Escalette. He's been looking mighty strong as well. We'll be looking to work with some of his HRT stablemates. All these Cosmics having pace all weekend long, and he's got a buddy right in front of him, Wyatt Kroger in the 358. No changes for that OTK machine. We'll be rolling off in P7. He's alongside Aaron Spears, who is, again, been fast as well, but he has been beaten, battered, bruised, ice on the wrist after some big contact. And heat number 3, he has been all clear to compete. He's P8. Looking further up, row number 3, another guy that got in a big incident round number 3, Hudson Hidalgo, returning for Nash Motorsports behind the wheel of the 360. He'll be alongside the 321. It was Braden Wagner who took victory in the pre-final in the SuperHeat, Penalty sends him back. He'll be rolling off P5 for the main event. We saw Asher Bazonsky earlier on. Here's his younger brother starting from the exact same spot he did. That'll be Diesel in the 341 factory in P4. P3, Danny Ramirez looked incredibly strong at Spring Mountain. He's been riding that wave back home here on the West Coast. It's the 345 in P3. On the front row, someone we haven't really seen, but hard work has paid off for Luis Martinez in this position 1 GFC L3 on the outside of row number 1 and on pole position. It had to be, it could only be Sebastian Hauser, your championship points leader. It's getting tight right now. Everyone has had really strong pace, whether it's Hauser or the remainder of the field, but the objective for everyone here, Bradley, find and track down Sebastian Hauser.
It's one thing for us to say it, that's for sure, Jackson. It's another entirely for it to happen. I want to talk for a second. Braden Wagner, 321, 4-position penalty for causing an incident as per Article 25.61E of the sporting regulations, according to the Stewart's decision sent out from the SuperHeat through. They determined that it was fault for the Formula Works racing driver. That 4-position penalty took him down from 1st to 5th. That has to hurt. Dean, I got to say, if you're sitting on a 4-position penalty, that hurts, but that GFC Formula Works has a lot of pace. You never know how this is going to end.
It goes in one ear, out the other. He's got the speed, he's got the talent to go ahead and go give Sebastian Hauser his money's worth, but as mentioned, better honestly to be on the inside. Obviously, there's no better seat in the house than the front row. I fully believe that Braden Wagner, so long as he's able to get through these first couple of corners A-OK, should be more than capable of fighting for the lead. But you got to think for Sebastian Hauser, where we talked with him at Spring Mountain, was not looking at the championship picture just yet, but we are in the downhill portions of the season. After this round, only 3 more to go. Got to be thinking bigger picture. And we've got some more comments here from Jackson down on the grid.
Yep, guys, one name we weren't necessarily expecting to be outside of the top 10, Troy Ferguson in the 329. Bennick for Team Kartnik, again, has been battling a little bit of damage after some racing incidents in Heat 2 and 3. Talked to him earlier today. Kart says, according to him, feels okay. He'll be rolling off from P11.
Appreciate it, Jackson. One more driver I want to touch on here because Junior has not been without its moment here. Let's touch on really quick. Last driver that took a penalty out of the SuperHeat. It was a disqualification for Aaron Spears. The 305 Nash Motorsports driver will roll off in a very unconventional position, I would say, for Aaron Spears rolling through. We'll see how things play out when it's all said and done. Was set to start 4th, will be starting again significantly further back through on the go. Juniors, I mean, the pre-final was crazy, Dean, or the SuperHeat was crazy, Dean. I don't really know what to expect out of this race, to be honest with you. I don't know what Junior's gonna produce other than good racing.
I would suspect it's going to be the Sebastian Hauser show. If we've seen one thing from Sebastian, it's that long run pace out of that Hayner Racing team at Cosmic Go-Kart. Really, really good at managing the tires. Obviously, this will be the longest challenge thus far of this weekend. If we could get a lap count, I believe, what is it, 16 or 18 laps for these young drivers. well, 15. There we go, as we get it in my ear. So 15 laps, the longest challenge of this weekend. It's going to be also about tire management. Even though the tires are new, it will be very easy to use them up too early, and then you'll be left on a kind of on an island for the last half of this race. So got to be careful how you manage it. And obviously, the sun's out. It's getting a little bit warmer. Maybe these teams will make some last-second tire pressure adjustments. I see Matthias Coito at the back of the grid with his tire pressure gauge. We'll see if he's going to be doing any of that. But still some time left before we get rocking and rolling here.
Indeed. Looking at just some of the stats here for Sebastian Hauser for some of the runs, has been doing amazing out in the Tri-C High Desert Championship. A ton of first places out there running through. Has had some great runs in KA Junior as well in the SCUSA run of things in Winter Nats, running all the way around. Ran at Adams Motorsport Park at the start of the year and won in the Chili Challenge, by the way. So that's a fun stat to throw out there. Let's send it down trackside here. Jackson standing by with an interview for us here.
I've been talking to this guy way too much this weekend. He deserves an interview, and he's been working hard as well. Matthias Coito on the wrenches for HRT. What's the conversations been with your guys so far this weekend?
Well, it's been really hard. I mean, the Preza tires are a really good tire, but if you don't get them right, we will have some problems. But as we've seen, we have Sebastian Hauser, Henry, and Wyatt out there. They're doing pretty good, so pretty good for the final, and let's see what happens.
Pace is obviously there for Seb, but again, the teammates are a little bit further back than maybe you guys expected. What's the strategy for a lot of the guys kind of further back in the field?
Push. I mean, what else can we do? I mean, we got nothing to lose, and tell my driver he's got this. It's what he does, and he knows he can do it.
Simple enough. Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome.
It's always great when you have a very, very strong driver with lots of experience in your ear to tell you to just push. And you always kind of sit and you think, what do you mean by just push? And, well, these junior drivers, they tend to learn the interpretation of push and where those limits of pushing are. As karts are fired up on the grid, we are just waiting on that green flag signal so we can send these KA juniors flying. Again, 15 laps here for them to roll. We're less than 60 seconds away. In fact, we're green, we're rolling. Let's roll them off here for the hot lap and get ready to go. Formation lap is good for KA100 Junior Final. And let's talk about that starting lineup here. Sebastian Hauser, Luis Martinez, Ramirez, Bazanski, your top four here. Braden Wagner with Formula Works will be kicking it off in fifth. Hudson Hidalgo in sixth. Wyatt Kroger, Aaron Spears, Henry Esclette, and Jet Whipple rounding out your top 10 here. It's a very, very big mix here, Dean, of teams up in the front. How important will it be for them to find a teammate and work together early?
Well, I'm not sure there are going to be too many teammates, but, fast drivers tend to work together. You know who's good. You kind of have a feeling, especially this deep into the weekend, of who's going to have what. I think the biggest thing to look for this race, obviously the likes of Troy Ferguson, Jet Whipple, Henry Escalette, Aaron Spears, who is one of the fastest drivers in our Superheat, coming from the mid-pack. They will have to survive the first couple of laps, and maybe we'll have a chance to win this race. And then obviously the bigger picture, Sebastian Hauser and Braden Wagner thinking about championship points. Like I said, we're on the sharp end of the season, the downhill portion. After this, only 3 races left to go in this championship. Everything to play for. How much do you value the win versus taking home a good points day?
Well, I can tell you right now, I think I value the win very strongly, and I think all of our juniors feel the same way. The win valued more than anything else. A lot of these juniors are going to have that same mentality of win or go home. The championship obviously in sight. You got to be aware of it here going into the end of the season, but you never know. We come through the final corner to the tram lines. And we are green for KA Junior Final here in Winchester, California. Already big dives there from the outside onto turn 1, trying to make things work through. Big battles up and down the field. Let's go ahead and shuffle it through. How does the outside line work here in KA Junior? I don't know, but apparently it does.
eerily reminiscent to K100 Heritage, where Errol Abba was able to get the jump on Joshua Daly. For some reason, some way, Luke Martinez from around the outside is able to cement himself in the lead and bring Diesel Blazonski with him. Very surprising to see, very unorthodox from what we've seen thus far this weekend. But either way, everybody's made it through clean and green. Very good stuff, boys. Now we get into the fun stuff as Sebastian Hauser wants to get that lead back up into position number 2 ahead of Diesel Blazonski. Game on here at the front.
Absolutely game on. Buckle in, because it's 15 laps of action, and we have completed lap number 1. Double tap of the helmet there up front from Luis Martinez, but you can already see everyone shuffling through. Hauser in second, defending through. Third place here, Diesel Blazonski now. Daniel Ramirez in fourth. And you can see the big shuffling. Everyone trying to find how to work together. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 carts really together in this front pack that are going to try to start to make a breakaway. It's going to be hard. And the main problem that I think we're going to see is that they're going to start battling at some point, as it looks like Aaron Spears there, the Nash Motorsport 305, going for a dive there on Wyatt Kroger, able to make that dive on Wyatt Kroger for E7.
Those moments, just like we just saw, Sebastian Hauser looking to the inside of Luis Martinez, wisely backs out of it. Those kinds of moments are what win and lose you championships, especially with Braden Wagner right in tow. Maybe a move for the lead here as well. Sebastian Hauser up the inside of Luis Martinez. Going to bring Daniel Ramirez with him, although we're going to get side-by-side action through the chicane. Braden Wagner is going to be the one to capitalize on all of this as Blazonski goes over the curb. Man, it's getting dicey going into the S's.
Some miscommunication back from Hidalgo and Spears, the Nash Motorsport teammates, trying to figure out who's going to go in front of whom here to start trying to make some charges. One little moment like that causes a big kerfuffle, and a big kerfuffle can cause an even bigger kerfuffle. As we see up front again, you get that single file run. You see Hauser looking over the shoulder, forward, saying, hey, I want to go after Ramirez. Y'all follow me first to figure out who's in front of who later. And right now, the answer seems to be, okay, we'll do that.
Unfortunately, Aaron Spears, and I think one of his Nash Motorsports teammates and Hudson Hidalgo might have come together there at Orange Chicken. Everybody really was trying to run single file. Nobody popped out, so we had a Newton's Cradle effect as Hauser goes up the inside of Daniel Ramirez to take over the race lead, as well as, not Lock Impossible, but Braden Wagner. Everybody's got the Lando Norris Fluo-style helmets nowadays. We have a change for the lead, and your 2 championship competitors are now P1 and P3, but I just don't know. This is a lot of sliding and a lot of aggressive driving on this very, very driver-friendly but very, very sensitive press of rubber. Got to make sure you keep on top of it as Braden Wagner not wasting any time. P1 and P2 in the championship, P1 and P2 on the track.
Buckle up, because this is going to get a little bit crazy here as Daniel Ramirez shuffling things along in fifth. Sixth place there, Wyatt Kroger still trying to stay right on the back, and you saw through the second bus stop having a bit of a moment there. Big wiggles there through the second bus stop for Daniel Ramirez and Wyatt Kroger trying to just work their way along. Again, the signal from Hauser of, hey, Braden, don't fight me. Let's just build a gap here. Let's breathe. They need like a 5-second gap in order to fight on the final lap. That's what we've learned through this weekend, is it's not a comfortable fight for them on the final lap unless there's like a 5-second gap. 3 seconds and close to nothing if they battle hard enough. And you know that they're going to battle hard enough. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when, and the answer is typically last 3 laps. Right now, you see sticking kind of nose to tail here, looking for a little bit of a moment. Braden Wagner running a slightly off line to Hauser and sticking right to the back.
I don't know. It's pretty easy for me to say in this cushy seat, calling this race remotely from Las Vegas, Nevada. But if I was sitting in the butt, if I was sitting in the seat of Braden Wagner, I'd be saying, go forward, try to, get Sebastian Hauser out of the race lead as Luis Martinez goes up the inside of Braden Wagner and moves himself up into P2. You've already hemorrhaged so many points throughout the heat races. Obviously made some of that back in the superheat. But if you're going to try to dislodge Sebastian Hauser, not only from the lead of this race, but the lead of this championship, you have to put him behind the 8 ball quick, fast, and early.
Good momentum from Wagner coming out of the double points round last time through. Had a very strong go. Of course, Troy Ferguson winning out there in round number 5. But Braden Wagner able to pick up a ton of points and start closing that gap. 25 points separating Braden Wagner and Hauser into the start of this weekend. That does not count the heat points for anything going along. So there's plenty of time for things to shuffle along. And if you put your butt in the seat here of Sebastian Hauser, your hope is that Martinez doesn't do this down the inside. Hey! For one special, Wagner follows through. Hauser first to third in one corner.
There you go. Braden Wagner not willing to bend the knee, was not going to cut Sebastian Hauser a break. Hauser, it just happens that quickly, was running in the lead. Everything feels good. Then all of a sudden, one driver makes a move, and now you're sitting P3. And now under pressure from the likes of Daniel Ramirez. I tell you what, this top 5 class of drivers, some of the best junior drivers in the nation, all running at the peak, all of different teams as well. We're showing the depth of talent that we have here in this field. The first driver out of this competition, I believe, is the HRT machine of Wyatt Kroger, if I'm not mistaken. I could be completely wrong, so don't quote me on that. I believe I am correct. So now, if you're Braden Wagner, how aggressive do you want to be with Luis Martinez? You've got your championship rival in Sebastian Hauser behind you, but you know Sebastian's going to want to lead this race. He will go forward. Do you go with him, or do you risk getting past?
Well, here's the thing, too, for Wagner. Unfortunately, to get past Martinez, you're going to have to bring Hauser with you, likely, because it is a case of 2-for-1s are the name of the game out of turn 1, unless you want to get real brave going down into Rocky Moran or coming through Double Orange Chicken. You have some options here, but they all do involve Sebastian Hauser following you along or possibly putting you under pressure. Contact between Wagner and Hauser going through, and that's going to send Wagner very wide to the back of this pack. That was contact with Double Orange Chicken, and you see the hand up. Immediately, Braden Wagner is up, set, down on the bottom of your screen. That shot AKR replay, you can see the cut over there, and then the hand up from Wagner, not happy. I'll tell you right now, if Wagner and Hauser get back near each other, it's going to be a problem, and we're only halfway through this race.
Told you, Hauser's not one to wait around. I think, unfortunately, there, we'll see what race control calls, but that was contact, and that was a completely fair defensive move from Braden Wagner, and that was contact initiated by Sebastian Hauser. So a little bit of a mark on the front of that HRT Kart. Not sure if that bumper's really been pushed back. It doesn't seem to be flopping, so at least no initial worry of a pushback bumper penalty, but I think for sure race control is going to take a look at that one.
Being willing to make the race control calls up here. I know better than to say something in the booth about whose fault that was. That's the case of who went in, who went out, who was where. And, well, I'm not calling that one, although I will say I don't completely disagree with you in that one at all. Braden Wagner can get up there into the third position. It's going to be a bad day for Sebastian Hauser, I can tell you that. But Sebastian Hauser trying to put more cars down the inside, up into the lead now. Sebastian Hauser able to overcome the 2-for-1 and get back up at the front for a moment, and there goes Luis Martinez. A beautiful move to the inside. Now that puts Sebastian Hauser under pressure, trying to defend from Ramirez, Bazanski, and Braden Wagner. Does so, they get back single file in the S's. Like 9 of 15. Goodness gracious me.
I was going to say, we're only 2/3 of the way through this puppy, and it's already kicking off. It hasn't stopped kicking off since the drop of the green flag. A rare mistake for your championship leader in Sebastian Hauser. I feel like we need a ticker on the broadcast for how many times he's pointed forward going, hey, let's go get the leader. But every time Sebastian goes into the lead, he does not seem like he wants to defend it. I'm surprised that he's going to be this aggressive to get there, but doesn't seem to want to hold on to it. And meanwhile, you got to think, if you're the likes of Diesel Bazanski, Braden Wagner for sure, maybe wanting to get some revenge, and the likes of Daniel Ramirez, who just a lap ago was sitting in P3, as Braden Wagner goes up the inside for P3, you got to think, hey, forget everybody else. Let me have the track position, and I'll deal with the consequences later.
We're going to sit it down trackside here. Jackson, you've got the lay of the land. What you got for us right now?
Trouble for Quinn Cuevas, who I've been told may or may not have zated it into turn 1. Had NASCAR steering coming out from lap 5 or 6, I believe, and had to send that OTK machine into the pit lane. He'll end the day in P17.
A heartbreak for DJ Davis and Quinn Cuevas. Unfortunately, that NRC and HRT out there in 17th and 16th, respectively. It's heartbreaking when you get all the way through into the final. You've done 3 heats, you've done qualifying, you've done the super heat, and then you're here on the Sunday afternoon and you unfortunately are out. Luis Martinez, Sebastian Hauser, again, Hauser going for the pass to the inside. They have a little bit of a gap. The Wagner in third. Notice Braden Wagner now up to third, trying to close this gap to the top 2. Well, buckle in, because we're less than 5 laps to go.
Where, if you are Sebastian Hauser, do you make this move? He seems to want to go exclusively at turn number 1. Seems to be the easiest place to make a maneuver and not cost yourself and the other driver a large amount of time. And that little bit of a gap between he and Braden Wagner could come in handy. I think he thinks he's quicker up the inside of Rocky Moran. Yeah, well, I was going to say, there you go. That gap was perfect enough for Louis Martinez to slot into, although Braden Wagner not wanting to wait around. And would you look at that, as Diesel Bizanski wanting to follow Braden Wagner through. We have Sebastian Hauser on an island, and Braden Wagner's going, hey, let's go get him.
All right, so 1 and 2 are 1 and 2 yet again, and one of them is gonna have a little bit more of that elephant's memory of a racer in play right now than the other, because we saw Braden Wagner again. You had that contact through double orange stick and the hands up. Now Wagner and Hauser, with just a few laps left to go here on this weekend. Typically, I feel like you would see a little bit more niceness and forgiveness through on some moves. Wow, I'm going to go for a big one. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my brain. I see it through. Louis Martinez with a send on Bizanski there into Rocky Moran. Beautiful move through. Now we head down into the final chicane.
Oh, that's
head
brave
on the
and
front
ambitious.
straight, making another move. Woo-hoo-hoo, Dean. I think they know we're near the end of the race.
It happens just that fast, as the twin sticks have been displayed. A 53.6 for Sebastian Hauser, a 53.3 for Braden Wagner. This race is not over yet, but I just don't know if he's got the help to go get it. He's got to overcome 9/10, or I should say rather 6/10, a little more, or I should say a little less than 7/10, and a little less than a lap and a half. It's going to take quite a lot. Once again, we are not race control. I'm simply voicing my opinion. But if you are Braden Wagner, you have to keep those emotions in check. Yes, maybe Sebastian Hauser got into the back of you, but who knows? The last thing you'd want to do is throw away this result because you're a little upset over the move that happened in Orange Chicken. Although, if he's not careful, Louis Martinez might make that decision for him before he even gets a chance to go after Sebastian Hauser.
This is where things get fun. Remember, this is our second youngest category here for the drivers, and that's where things really settle in. White flag out, 1 lap to go. Gap at the line, 0.78. Wagner has 1 lap to close 7/10 of a second and complete a pass. That's easier said than done for sure. It's an effort, but it's not guaranteed at all. Here we go, up into the S's. Dean for the final time here. I hate to say it, I think Wagner has shuffled a little bit of the focus to defense on Martinez.
Man, he's getting close, but I would agree. I think a couple of those corners were just a little shallow, kind of keeping one eye on the back pocket as Louis Martinez, I think, will decide this race if he goes for a move here at Rocky Moran. Decides to stick in line, just not quite going to be close enough. This one might wind up in the steward's room, but at least on the track, Sebastian Hauser's got this one under control heading into tic-tac-toe.
Heading through into the final corner, Sebastian Hauser, such a strong weekend, comes across the line, finds the double checkered flags, and will win KA100 Junior final here in round 6 of Champions of the Future for Hayner Racing Team. 13.5 miles, overcame a drop to 5th place, and all the way back up into the front. It will be Braden Wagner, the Formula Works Racing GFC, in 2nd place, half a second off after that moment. 3rd place, Louis Martinez. 4th place, Daniel Ramirez. We've got 1 car off there just past the checkers, one of the GFCs here, and that appears to be, I want to say that was Declan Mixon, but I could be wrong on that. We'll try to get a more positive idea on who that was here in just a moment.
Tell you what, all is fair in love and war. I'm super excited that we do this special thing where we go interview the drivers down on the grid. Will be interesting to see what Hauser, especially what Braden Wagner, is going to have to say about that incident between the two of them. Golly gosh, I don't know. Great racing overall. Obviously, the cream rises to the top. Hayner Racing Team, Formula Works, Position 1, access and competition speed, as well as Aaron Spears, who got in some trouble early on, was able to come all the way back to get P6. The best teams in karting show up here for Champions of the Future. Going to be a fun one down on the grid with Jackson in just a couple moments' time.
Absolutely. These 12 to 14-year-old drivers here in the junior category really showing their prowess. You see Sebastian Hauser very happy with that win. The thumbs up there to the track marshals on the side of the track with their flags, and very happy for the run here. We'll see how that interview with Jackson goes, though, as they come down to find the boards and take their respective places here. You got to wonder what could have been for Braden Wagner. Coming into the lines on the boards, they take their places, and we'll send it down.
Well, it's suspects as usual here, but you look a little bit further back, and it is a brand new name on the podium here. Luis Martinez fighting himself on the champs podium for the first time. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it does feel good. I had a bad run, and I just got washed out by Hauser in the bowl. But I could have won that, but it's fine. First place is still good.
Still plenty to celebrate here. We'll keep it going over here with Braden Wagner. And I think we might have another mix of emotions here, another podium for you as the trophies keep coming in. Where are the emotions at after round 6 here?
I feel like it was a pretty good race. I just feel like it was kind of unfair on how he pushed me out and Luis. Hopefully I could maybe gain a position or so. I just feel it's totally unfair that he's pushing people off the track and getting away with it. It's not fair that he's pushing Luis, me, and he gets the gap because he's pushing out Luis. If they would have stayed together, it would have been a lot different. It's just so unfair to my personal opinion. Otherwise, I thought it was a clean race for everyone else. Luis, all the other people behind. It was an amazing race by everyone else. I just think that was a little unfair by him.
Thanks, Braden. Obviously some frustration here, but as it stands right now, Sebastian Hauser, win number 4 of the season. You getting tired of this?
No, at all. Not at all, man. It's been great. I mean, the kart was really fast in the end, so, I mean, can't complain. I just want to thank Freem, HRT, my dad, my mom, my sister, she's been in Oklahoma just hanging out, but she's been calling me throughout the week. It's been awesome. And I want to thank my photographer, Andrew, if I can. It's been awesome. And, man, really been a great weekend. I mean, obviously a little bit of struggle in the super final, so but we come back and get a win is pretty awesome.
Obviously a couple of complaints here we heard from the rest of the podium about the way this group as a whole has been racing this weekend. Do you think maybe we've been going a little bit too violent too early on here?
No, I mean, it's hard racing. I mean, I can't complain. I mean, the officials have been on top of it for the most part. I mean, I haven't had a complaint about them at all. I mean, so I thought the racing's been pretty tough and pretty hard, so it's hard racing.
Thanks, Sebastian.
Thank you.
Sebastian Hauser, your round 6 winner here for KA Junior.
I feel like I have to add the line to this that all results are provisional. We heard the comments there from Braden Wagner and Louis Martinez, the Formula Works Racing GFC and the Position 1 Motorsports driver. Dean, I won't ask for your input on this, but I will just say there definitely is a very fine line between hard, aggressive racing and going too far. And that line can blur in the heat of the moment.
I would absolutely agree.
So we'll see where that goes out. We're going to take a step aside while our podium gets their pictures taken. When we come back, it's time for KA Senior. And, well, if they thought that was aggressive, let's see how seniors do. We'll be right back here on Kart.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
It's the big show, 33 cars in KA100 Senior, and if it's anything like we've seen earlier on this weekend, it's going to be an absolute doghouse. Let's get started here, actually, further back, row 11. Johnny Stamps, your championship points leader, has been the victim of many an incident. Unfortunately, this weekend, just talked to him a few minutes ago, still confident in the pace, thinks he's got some for the front of the field, maybe a little bit at the mercy of the guys further behind. He'll be rolling off P11. Let's meet your top 10, though, and we'll move up a little bit further here. Jackson Menchu in the AES Wave 413 for Calvo Driver Development. Outside of row number 5, P10. P9, Aiden Aquino. And that OTK for Team Kartnick. He'll be rolling off in P9. Then we get to some guys we're familiar with. Ian Kim here in the 478. Had a phenomenal weekend. Podium pace all weekend long at Spring Mountain in Nevada. He'll be rolling off in P8. P7, the lone kart effort of Cam Perry. Again, Lakeside Karting, just out of the GFC tent, working out of his own pocket. He has been very strong all season long, still looking for his first podium from the inside of row number 4. Another GFC in front, and it's our double duty driver, Keegan Kaminsky, in the 465. Been a little bit frustrated with the lack of power that this 465 kart has had, but still has many a confidence in that GFC, especially in traffic. He'll be on the outside of row number 3. Inside, it's a good day to be at Jackson. Knowlton Race Concepts making the trek down from the Pacific Northwest once again. Jackson Gibson started the weekend off with podium pace, dropped back a little bit in the SuperHeat. Still looking for a win here in the 476. He will be P5. P4, 486, and we welcome back Christian Brooks to the karting world after a handful of years in the open wheel environment. Still living and coaching out of Europe. He'll be in P4. P3, been a little bit of an incognito driver, but John Michael Dunnigan has come from out of nowhere to fight for these podiums in the 420 for Precision Works, is P3. So our championship leader a little bit further back in the standings, but second and third make up your front row. Second place in the standings, second place on track. It's Archer Eversman in the 466, trying to go back-to-back after getting that first win of the season at Spring Mountain in that red speed. Alongside him, it's been GFC on top all weekend long, all season long, and it's Matt Cagle trying to extend that lead as well in the 416, work his way further up into contention. There you go, guys. 33 cars in KA100 Senior. I'm ready. Dino, Brad, you guys ready?
Oh, I stay ready, Justin. Let's be honest here. 5-minute board up in the air as the drivers are out on the grid. And you got to say, taking a look at this championship, taking a look at these drivers here in KA Senior, they definitely are ready here to get their way along. It's a big game all the way through. And, well, Dean, I got to say it. It's who can take down the top.
I watched at Spring Mountain Matthew Cagle drive from 16th to the win. A convincing win at that. It's going to be hard to dislodge that GFC machine. Super, super quick all weekend long. Obviously, swept the heats. Man, but I just don't know. I don't know. There are so many good drivers in this field. There's about 12 guys that I think legitimately have a shot. Looking at the championship, obviously for Johnny Stamps, your points leader, really going to have to play it smart. I think he's in a good spot on the inside of row 6, obviously a little further back than I'm sure he would have liked after what would have been a great run in the SuperHeat. Just got the meatball flag because of a loose bumper penalty. So not the end of the world for Mr. Stamps. If he can just make it through the first couple laps, should be a good day. But when you see the likes, P2 and P3 in the championship making up that front row, it's got to put some pressure on the championship leader.
Taking a look here at the SuperHeats run through, by the way, trying to see if there were any penalties assessed, and were there? Let's be honest here. The amount of pushback penalties that were given out in the run through. The only other driver that really picked up penalties on a couple of things, Jackson Minshew picked up a 9-position penalty for causing an incident. And then you had Keegan Kaminsky, who took a 2-position penalty for track limits, which we saw through the chicane all the way through. Everyone else, though, Christian Brooks, Matthew Cagle, Ian Kim, Taylor Brown, Rylan Corden, Spencer Kempton, Ian Wells, and Christian Malozzi, all picking up 5-second penalties for the front bumper being deployed. We're going to send it back down here to Jackson He's saying I called him Justin. Jackson.
And we welcome Ivana Richards in the 444 coming up from Scusa, Mexico. Talk to me about this weekend so far, your first Champions of the Future weekend.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be representing Mexico and also women in the sport. And also really happy because they invited me and the championship is pretty good.
Pace has been really strong Saturday, a little bit further back than you might have wanted on Sunday. What's it going to take to move forward here?
Yeah, I had some penalties that I didn't see coming, but in all the heat races, I have made my way up, so let's see what happens.
Thanks, Ivana.
Thank you.
It's always awesome to see women in karting through with Ivana waiting to get into the cart now. We have a couple of minutes still. Dean, I'm going to ask you the $1 million question of the day
Christian
before
Brooks.
we get rolling. All right.
There,
I like it.
Got you ahead of it. I knew exactly what you asked. You cannot beat the treasure trove, I should say, of experience that Christian Brooks possesses. Like I said, a guy that has led on the final lap of a Super Nationals, has a super quick go-kart. I'm going all my money on Christian Brooks.
I don't know. I don't have a good answer. I don't think it's going to be Christian Brooks,
tough,
though.
isn't it?
Bad news. I think I'm leaning to I really want to lean to Cameron Perry, to be honest. I think that GFC has some speed. I think Cameron Perry might be in a good position to get going here. Karts are fired up, down, and, well, if something happens to Cameron Perry, it wasn't my fault. If something happens to Matthew Cagle, wasn't my fault because Matthew Cagle is probably my second pick. Something happens to Christian Brooks, it was 100% Dean's fault. So just remember that. And anything else, we're blaming Justin or Jackson down on the grid.
Apologies in advance, Christian.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've heard of a commentator's curse, we all just made some bad news. Who knows? Max Saga in the Kartnik might come back from last to first. We've had crazier things happen. Just buckle in. That's all I can say. 30 seconds left on your Perico countdown to green. Jackson, what you got for us?
So we talked about teamwork being a big factor, especially yesterday, but now you're seeing a lot more of these guys bunched up. Obviously, Matt Cagle has Keegan Kaminsky a little bit further back, but they're two championship contenders. Cameron Perry in that mix as well, but again, he's in the GFC 10 on his own dollar. I'm not sure if he's got any plans of really helping those two out in front. But the big two I want to see here, Archer Eversman and Christian Brooks. Both of them have been white hot all weekend long, but you got to remember, Archer's here full season. Christian Brooks is kind of trophy hunting, so watch for how those two coexist out on track. Talking to Connor DeMond before we rolled off here, one of the showrunners for Axis Kart Sport. The game plan is for the first half of the race certainly to work together, but once we get the twin sticks out, it is going to be have at it, boys.
I like that. Work together so far, but once the twin sticks are out, it's have at it. I think that's a very, very strong thought process there from the team, and we'll see really how that plays out as these karts are getting rolling through. Now they got to get formed up. That's the hard part here as they come down into Rocky Moran, and they will look to group up to get rolling here for their run. 17 laps for the KA Seniors here, Dean. It's going to be a wild race of 17 laps of action, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I am so unbelievably ready. We've been kind of getting little appetizers of this over the course of this weekend, and now we get the main entree, the big kahuna burger, so to speak. A 34-kart field on offer. Hopefully everybody makes it through the first couple corners A-OK. It's going to be a good one.
Green flag is out, and we're racing for KA Senior Final, and already our charge is up the front. 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide, 5 wide at the back of the pack as they head into turn 1, but 33 cars worth to make it through.
No!
The Classic Group off there up the front.
Wow, wow, wow. One of your contenders, and John Michael Dunnigan, kind of hip checked off there by Christian Brooks. Not really sure if there was a little bit of contact before that as we have a shop.akr.com replay. I think Brooks was just trying to get himself back on the racetrack as the outside line actually got going super, super well. Not really something that we've seen all weekend long until just now, but I guess for the Axis Kart Sport drivers, a perfect scenario. So we've got Axis Kart Sport out in front with Archer Eversman second in the points, and as mentioned for Johnny Stamps, a nightmare situation with Matthew Cagle dropping to P2 and Christian Brooks cycling out in P3. It is 3 Axis Kart Sports versus 2 GFCs.
Not at all how I expect lap 1 to go. Now let's reset here. It's Archer Eversman up in the front, Matthew Cagle in second, Christian Brooks, Keegan Kaminsky, and Ian Kim, your top 5 as they roll. How long will that stay like that is my question. And again, as you mentioned, big shuffle there for John Michael Dunnigan down into 15th place. Rylan Corden down into 17th now. You have tons of shuffling up and down the field. Up front, it is head down. It's black and red versus black and white here. And the question is, who is going to come away with the gold?
And also want to give a shout out to Max Saga, up 13 spots in 1 lap. A very productive first lap for the Kart Nick driver. Now, if you're Matthew Cagle, what do you do with Archer Eversman? Obviously, Eversman has shown that he's got some of the best pace of the field. But you know, by the time that Christian Brooks gets to the back to you, he's not going to want to wait around. He's going to want to tandem up with his Cal Naughton Jr. to his Ricky Bobby. So, and at the same time, you've got Keegan Kaminsky, their teammates as well. Going to be difficult to see how the team rivalries play into effect here in this top 5.
It is going to be so much of a challenge all the way through, but you never really know how this is going to end. Buckle in, ladies and gentlemen, because we still got plenty of racing left to go. Just keep an eye on things as these drivers continue their way along. Down through Rocky Moran, your top 5 sitting nose to tail at the moment, going down into the chicane. Nobody looking for a move here in KA Senior. They definitely, for now, are thinking better of it. A little bit wide there for Eversman. That's going to open the door. Matthew Cagle down to the inside. Christian Brooks will follow along as well, as will Keegan Kaminsky. Make it first, the 4th, the 5th for Eversman out of turn 1.
You know, it looks bad on paper, but that was a smart business decision there from Christian Brooks, from Archer Eversman, as Christian Brooks goes purple at a 52.598. Had a chance there to maybe chop down on Ian Kim, who's come to life here in this main event. Chose not to, thinking big picture, live to fight another day. And I'm sure he'll keep that one in the back of his mind for later. Now you get to kind of go on you get to kind of get towed along, think about where you want to go on offense. But it's all offense for Matthew Cagle.
All offense, which, again, it's easier said than done. Time on time on time. Again, we can say it up here in the booth how to do it.
There you go.
Christian Brooks is going to show us the move to the inside. A little bit of a little bit of a moment there. Able to hold on, though. That puts Brooks up in front. Cagle will now fall in third behind the Formula Works teammate, the double duty driver of Keegan Kaminsky, who's looking for a win here in KC.
Make no mistake, these drivers are pushing these cars to the absolute limit. As mentioned, these drivers are on brand new Preza tires for this event here this hour, for this main event, as Matthew Cagle not wanting to wait around. There's more contact between the two Axis Kart Sport drivers of Ian Kim and Archer Eversman, as it looks like this is going to be Jackson Gibson getting himself up into the mix here in the top 5. What was a 5-car train now has a little bit of color injected into it, as it is now a top 7 fight, as the Oliver Calvo machine of Jackson Menchu makes his way up into the fight as well. Lots of Jacksons up at the front here.
That there is, and lots of Jacksons down trackside as well. Keeping an eye on things. We're about 5 of 17 right now, seeing how this plays out at the moment. Lots of helmet tucks, lots of looking forward here, chasing down Christian Brooks here at the moment. Matthew Cagle, Keegan Kaminsky looking for things through. Your points leader, Johnny Stamp, here, by the way, is definitely having a day right now, sitting in 8th place, trying to gain some positions. Archer Eversman right now in 4th. Little bit of shuffling further back behind the bumper out of Rocky Moran.
Tell you what, there are some serious business decisions being made by some of your full-time drivers. As mentioned in the pre-race, as we got Keegan Kaminsky running a little bit wide on the exit of tic-tac-toe with a little bit of a hand gesture to the likes of Ian Kim, who does not plan on backing down into turn number 1 as Matthew Cagle rear overtakes Christian Brooks going into the lead. You have some different agendas. Some drivers are here for fun, some doing a full season, some doing part-time, some just trophy hunting. So you got to be careful how you manage that as well. Everybody's got their own agendas, but I tell you what, fastest car of the group right here is Jackson Gibson coming in P4.
Coming into P4, holding on through and keeping that fight alive. So important to at least keep the spark there, even if it's not a case of you're winning. You need to at least keep things alive and going here as we are lap 6 of 17, and this fight will move through big time into the chicane. Look at that. I didn't think we'd see that, Senior, but here we are. What a move. Things through. A few active cars. Teammate of Archer's Eversman can make a move to the inside. The answer is yes. Is it a switchback, though, from the GFC? Okay, it's not. Wow. Okay. Christian Brooks with a heck of a move.
Yep, this is DEFCON 5, code red for the rest of the field. Really, 2 of the 3 of the fastest drivers here this whole weekend working together perfectly as Axis Kart Sports, at least for the moment, cements themselves in P1 and P2. Matthew Cagle has an interesting decision to make. Really, the top 3, I think, have been the 3 quickest thus far this whole weekend. Does Cagle play it conservative and work with Archer Eversman, who for sure, at least I would assume, is going to work with his Axis Kart Sport teammate in Christian Brooks? Or does he try to split the teammates up and get more parties involved? Although, unfortunately, I think he would kind of just drag the Axis Kart Sport driver of Ian Kim up into this fight and make it even more complicated than it already is.
You can certainly give it a try. It's just going to be a matter of finalizing that through. This is the case where you got to have the friends and the enemies in all of the right places here to make this happen. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because it's about to get chaotic. 8 of 17 halfway through this race, and it's not going to stop until the end of the race. So let's see how it plays along here up front. You see the helmets tucking. You see the looks here. You see the look there from Cagle all the way to the inside. I thought Cagle wanted to go for something into Rocky Moran. Doesn't do so. And look at Jackson Gibson, not that far off of the run either there in 4th place. The big runs over the curbs, looking to find a way through. There goes Brooks again, tucking that helmet. And I mean, not even just tucking, literally putting the helmet between the knees and under the steering wheel, trying to find as much slipstream as possible there in the front.
I was going to say, the taller drivers, you just punch that little bit of a bigger hole in the air. Brooks making sure that kart is as aerodynamically as efficient as possible. And I will say there is some good credit to be given to Jackson Gibson. He has kept this front trio honest, and I think is slowly but surely starting to move his way within striking distance of Matthew Cagle. But for the likes of Ian Kim, Jackson Menchuk, Keegan Kaminsky, and Johnny Stamps, I think unfortunately just the raw pace of this front trio, or I should say quartet, if Jackson Gibson is able to cement himself in this front group, it's just going to be a little too much to overcome for now. Because when we get those 2 sticks and the gloves come off between the Axis Kart Sport teammates, it's going to be all to play for.
We're going to sit it down trackside here. Jackson, what do you got for us?
Yep, thanks, Brad. It's trouble here for Max Saga, who had his OTK with Team Kart and come down to pit lane, was washed out going through Rocky Moran and came back. He had a big moment and actually had to walk over to medical just to see, because he has some discomfort and I believe his left hand. He got released before he even got the cart through the scales. He's all good. He's all smiles. Trouble as well, Gavin Nakagawa. Nothing specifically wrong with the cart. I think it was just incredibly bent, so that Kart Republic coming in as well. Regardless, both Japanese drivers in the fields ending their final early.
Unfortunate to hear there for those 2 drivers back at the back of the field having moments, but so glad to hear everyone is okay. Up front, top 3 still fighting through. Dean, I gotta ask you, these top 3, you have it through, and well, there we go. There's a moment from Eversman that might produce some pressure that gives Brooks breathing room, gives Cagle a bit of a reason to put the gas down. Gibson now on the tail.
My thoughts exactly. That is the last thing that you wanted to see if you were Archer Eversman. I think Matthew Cagle was pretty content to just run in that trio so long as Eversman stayed on the rear bumper of Christian Brooks. Maybe Cagle's got to start understanding, you know, hey, I think I might be a little quicker than Eversman at this point. How much do I want to push this going into double orange? Cagle seems content for the moment to work with his Axis Kart Sport nemesis, frenemy, whatever word you want to use. And of course, as I say that up the inside of Rocky Moran, Cagle does not want to take that chance. Brooks is too far out in front. Move the GFC machine back up into P2, and this is going to bring Jackson Gibson right on the back of the both of them.
Bringing it back through down the front stretch, hitting lap 12 of 17. This is where things are going to get very, very challenging all the way along. This is just going to be where we see how it all can play out. Right now, out of the first sector, heading up towards the S's, Brooke, a little bit more breathing room than has been had to date. Cagle, a little bit more pressure than has been had to date. And that is an interesting dynamic to find, that Brooks is able to get some breathing room. Remember, for Christian Brooks, this is just kind of a childhood memory one-off weekend event here for Cagle. This is fighting for the championship. Had a very, very miserable round one here on the series. Did not have a great round two. Didn't have a great round five either. So let's see for Matthew Cagle what can happen here. Try to close that gap to Eversman and Johnny Stamps. At least needs to finish in front of that 466 here for the championship. But down to the inside into one goes Eversman. Great move through, and Gibson does not follow. Cagle now down to third.
Wise decision there from Matthew Cagle to back out of that move early, making sure that he still cements himself in P3. But that's the hard part. You know, you look at the season for Matthew Cagle, especially when I think of the double points round that we were at last time out in Spring Mountain. Won it on the track from nowhere back in the field, and unfortunately a post-race penalty ultimately took what was really a legacy drive away from Matthew Cagle. I'm sure that's burning bright in his memory at the moment. But the question is, once again, Eversman seems to have good pace. I don't know if he's got a good enough pace to go track down Christian Brooks on his own. I think Cagle feels pretty confident that he can do it himself. It's just going to be a matter of how hard do these guys fight, as Christian Brooks may be getting a little bit of the dirt there on the exit at tic-tac-toe.
Brooks there, you can see a quick wiggle of the cart there. I think maybe just trying to clean off that little bit of dirt, as you mentioned there, on the exit of tic-tac-toe as we head through into the S's again. 14 of 17, not much time left in this race for these top four. They have 3 seconds back to Ian Kim right now in 5th place. That 5th place back has been sitting very nose to tail as well, but these top four really keeping each other honest here. Cagle, I would imagine, will be looking for a move on Eversman soon. Got to split up the teammates here, but is Eversman going to play nice with Christian Brooks and give a bit of breathing room there for Christian Brooks on Archer Eversman? That, I would think, would be the big team game, or for Brooks and Eversman to swap places. Think championship implications on this. You never know. Popsicle sticks in the air, 2 to go.
I was going to say the 2 magic sticks. Now is when, if what we heard in the pre-race was correct, this is where the gloves are going to come off between the Axis Kart Sport teammates. As mentioned, Archer Eversman, you got to think with Johnny Stamps currently in a fight for what it's looking like to be at best position number 5, as actually Johnny moves himself up into P6. This is a major opportunity in the points if he'd be able to steal a win when his main championship rival is currently languishing down in P5 and P6. But I tell you what, if Brooks throws too many defensive shapes, that's going to get Matthew Cagle jumping. Jackson Gibson's going to want a piece of that as well. And who knows, we've seen the time that we lose from fighting, but coming to the white flag, I think this is for sure just going to be a 4-horse race.
Absolutely seems that way, but only one way to find out. Let's wait and see what happens here into the final runs here. White flag, 1 lap to go. Defense to the inside from Brooks. Eversman trying to go outside. Whoa, you got to play it careful though with teammates. Down the inside comes Cagle trying to make the move. Somehow Cagle doesn't secure it. That was almost an absolutely catastrophic moment for the top 2.
I was going to say a kind of a foolish move for Archer Eversman to peel off the bottom, but was able, thankfully due to Matthew Cagle kind of cutting him a break, was able to maintain that speed. But here comes the big defense. Double orange chicken around the outside. Man, Cagle is, or Eversman I should say, is really packing the bottom. I don't know if there's enough of a run to be generated to make the move at Rocky Moran. It's going to have to come at tic-tac-toe. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, we're not done. Everything exploding into these final corners. We're 3 wide heading towards the chicane. What are we doing, Paul? And that's a big cut through. That is a big moment. It's a drag race to the line. Double checkers out. It's celebration for Brooks, but what about Jackson Gibson?
Crash in the back.
Finding second place.
Johnny Stamps, I think, was involved in that crash. We're getting a shopakr.com replay. A huge move around the outside from Jackson Gibson. I don't think Christian Brooks made enough of that corner. We'll see. We know race control is giving out penalties for incident, and it looks like it was, oh my goodness, Johnny Stamps is not going to be able to finish this race. He and Ian Kim came together on the final lap. Your championship leader, as Archer Eversman provisionally crosses the line in P2. I don't believe Jackson Gibson and Christian Brooks are going to hold on to these spots. Eversman might have just stolen this win as his main championship rival, DNFs. Oh, wow.
Have you ever? No, I've never. Provisionally, let's talk about the classification. Brooks, Gibson, Eversman, Cagle in 4th, Perry in 5th, Anaya Kalani Anaya in 6th, Schobert, Minshew, Aquino, Richards, your top 10 here. Campbell, Perez, Leslie, Searock, and Corden, your top 15. Wow. That race shook all the way up. All the way back in 18th place. John Michael Dunnigan, the Precision Works TRG, all the way back in 18th place, by the way, down 15 places all the day. Ian Kim down 15 places all the day. Keegan Kaminsky, though, and Johnny Stamps, you mentioned the 2 Formula Works, out right at the end, dropping all the way down the order 31st and 32nd. As our provisional winners pace their way around. We'll get some thoughts here momentarily because that was something else.
You know, there are moments in race. There's a lot of complaints in the motorsports world, you know, with the F1 regulations and dirty air and NASCAR and this and that and the other. If you want great racing, you come to a go-kart track. Those were 4 drivers. I mean, really the whole field was going for it, but at the end for that finish, 4 drivers willing to put it all on the line, going for the big money, go home, you know, go for the checkered flag or bring home the wheel. That's why we watch motorsports. Great finish no matter what happens in the steward's room. And we got post-race interviews coming up with Jackson here in just a couple seconds' time.
And for Christian Brooks, it is business as usual. We'll start from P3 here and work our way forward. Archer, I'll let you get the helmet off. Man, are you allowed to be upset when the battle's that good?
I mean, it's still hard. I would have loved to win that one, but it still was a good battle, and happy that a teammate won. It's nice to have a teammate up front too.
I think crucially as well, you may or may not have seen a limping Johnny Stamps across the line. Considering where you're at in the championship, you've got to walk away from this feeling like this is a productive weekend.
Yeah, definitely productive. Kept it up front all weekend, and had a crazy pace all weekend. So it was definitely a good weekend for the team.
Thanks, Archer. So that'll be the 4th podium of the season for Eversman, and Jackson Gibson going full Duke of Hazards to make it happen. He's second to the line. Talk to me about those last couple of laps.
I mean, I know I didn't really have enough motor because my good motor it blew up. So I was hoping that I could rip the outside there and make something happen. Because I was just down the hill here and going to that corner, I just get pulled away from. So I just try to make something happen.
Good stuff. Thanks, Jackson. And crucially here, Christian Brooks, last time in the go-kart, 2019. He gets back in the kart and wins, just like riding a bike, right?
Yeah, no, it was good. I mean, honestly, when you show up with a good package like this, the Axis boys hooked it up big time. And they told me they were going to give me a kit that could win, and they did. So I just had to hit my marks. Honestly, it feels so good to just be back in that rhythm and staying consistent, and I miss that feeling. It's been a while. So, huge shout out to the boys. Shout out to Archer. We worked super well together all weekend from a bad quali, and it was a lot of fun. These guys raced good. It was pretty aggressive, but I think that's what we all like at the end of the day.
You win here, you get a free entry the next round. Any chances you've got some travel plans next month?
I'm probably not going to be able to make it, honestly. I'll take a look at the schedule, but I would love to. I would love to because we had a really good time this weekend, and it's not every day you get to go bang wheels like this, and the racing's so good with these engines that it's next level. So I want to come back. I'll do my best.
You mentioned Axis. Who else made it possible for you this weekend?
Axis Kart Sport, Connor Damon doing the data for me. The Peterson family that I work with overseas for allowing me to do this while I'm full-time with them. My family, of course, who have supported me. Jake Craig on the wrenches this week, who was my main competitor throughout basically my whole entire senior karting career. And it came full circle, and we worked together and won this week. It's a pretty cool moment.
Pretty cool stuff. Congrats.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Fifth unique winner this season in KA 100 Senior, guys.
Pulling up the Shop AKR replay. Look at this. That final corner is just, Dean, I think we agreed that's going to be a point of contention.
I don't think that there was contact from behind with Archer Eversman. I think, unfortunately, Jackson Gibson, I love the effort. That is likely going to be a penalty. Christian Brooks, as you can see there on the replay, I don't know if he makes enough of that corner. That's going to be one for the stewards to decide. But hey, like I said, this is why you love karting. You want to see guys going for it. You want to see drivers taking those chances. This one, as mentioned, all results are provisional. Man, this is going to be an interesting one to decide. And then obviously the huge championship implications with Johnny Stamps. We do not, unfortunately, have a replay at the moment of what happened on the last lap between him and Ian Kim. Man, big stuff.
And it's only getting bigger. We're going to take a step aside here in Winchester, California. When we come back, it's time for KA 100 Heritage. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Get ready for Round 7 of Champions of the Future America on July 18th to the 19th, featuring an all-new track layout. Our pro track layout with chicanes and tic-tac-toe eliminates the technical second half, providing racers with a high-speed blast through Rocky Moran, the downhill S's, and the fast final chicane that sends you back onto the main straight. Registration opens soon, so visit championskartingamerica.com to learn how you can join the grid.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
The K
KA100 Heritage, we're ready to go. 7 karts in this field. We'll meet him in P7. Andre Isaac for Technokart USA. Been a rough weekend for him so far. We'll be rolling off from the back of the pack. Then we get the wave of the Mike Manning karts. Craig Vasquez looking for his second podium. He'll be rolling off to my right on the outside of row number 3. He'll be alongside Pietro Moro. Had a little bit of trouble in heat number 3, or excuse me, the pre-final was dragging his bumper. He'll be rolling off in P5. Before your championship points leader, Tony Gomez in the Lakeside Karting GFC. That's the 505 in P4. Third place, making his Champions of the Future debut, the 525. That's Alex Gutierrez in that Lando Norris machine. On the front row, a newcomer and a man trying to hunt down the championship points lead. Ariel Abba in that 522 for Mike Manning Karting. And on pole position, Josh Daly in the 506. Is on pole position for round number 6 here, guys.
Thank you, Jackson. As we get set up here, the question will be for Joshua Daly there with Nash Motorsports. Can Joshua Daly hold on to the front there? Ariel Abba seemed to have some really good pace there in the superheat here, Dean. Will that continue along into the final here today?
But you got to think, that superheat was about 2 or 3 hours ago. Conditions have changed quite a bit. It looks like the temperatures have continued to rise in the Winchester area, currently sitting at 74, so about 6 degrees ambient warmer than what we had earlier. I'd imagine the track temp probably sitting at about 15 to 20 degrees higher than that. So, very different racetrack. I'd imagine a lot of new Preza rubber has been put down, but that rubber's hot, it's greasy. There's still a lot of residual grip. kind of trying to hit a moving target. We'll see whose notebook is good, but if anybody's got it figured out, it's for sure going to either be Mike Manning or Nash Motorsports.
We're going to find out here soon. Of course, Mike Manning representing 4 of our karts here in the 7-kart grid. Just a couple minutes left to go till they get rolling here. And when they do, we'll bring you all of the 17 laps of action here on Kart Chase.
Damn, Michelle.
And karts are rolling here, so let's get ready to party your KA Heritage Grid. 17 laps of action incoming here. Let's take a look at how this is going to play along, because you have Daly, Abba, Gutierrez, Gomez, Moro, Vasquez, and Andre Isaac, your 7-kart, to take on this run. I got to say here, taking a look, this is going to be an interesting one to really, really see how it plays out. My prediction here is going to be, it's going to be a hard fight between the top 2. That's my prediction here.
Not really. I'm taking the low-hanging fruit. Joshua Daly has been the class of the field thus far this weekend. Nash Motorsports has such a deep notebook of this racetrack. I can only assume, as it looks like this is your championship leader. No, this is not Tony Gomez. This is Alex Gutierrez. Having some trouble getting that thing fired up. This is your P3 starter, by the way, one of the 4 Mike Manning karts. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Oh. That is heartbreaking. Unable to fire the kart. They will clear that kart off of the grid. And before we even take the green flag, we are down 1 competitor here as we roll into the tram line. 6 karts here in KA Heritage, and you see they're already getting the wave around here. They'll get sent back around because we've got to get Alex Gutierrez off of the start line of the run here. So we'll see him around for another formation lap.
I tell you what, that is one of those bittersweet moments of racing. I've had it happen to me. Pretty much happens to everybody at least once in their racing careers. You push up to the grid, you start the kart on the stand, everything looks good. You push up, you put it down on the ground, and the gremlins, the magical invisible gremlins, fiddle with something, and something like that always happens. It's just really unfortunate to see. Unfortunate for Alex Gutierrez. Was in a really good spot to be able to work with his Mike Manning teammate and Ariel Abba to try to dethrone Joshua Daly. One less Mike Manning kart out of this race. Now they only make up half the grid.
It's so heartbreaking to see here for Mike Manning, but we'll take the extra formation lap. I'm sure all of the drivers are very happy to have that extra formation lap. And let's see how this ends up. Again, it'll now be 6 karts to take on 17 laps of action here in KA100 Heritage. And it's going to be Daly, Abba, Gomez, Moro, Vasquez, and Isaac, your 6 karts to roll through. They're coming down towards the chicane as they lock in for 17 laps. You see Joshua Daly here very much in the position up in the front. Is going to be looking for a strong go to represent Nash Motorsports, coming down into the tram lines. And we are green, we are racing, and already Joshua Daly, bit defensive here, I have to say, on Ariel Abba, trying to not get past this time around, holding that outside line. Little bit of argy-bargy there between 3rd and 4th. Gomez and Moro, they sort that out. But you do have Ariel Abba right on the back of Joshua Daly.
Critically, the Mike Manning karts have been separated. So we've got the Nash Motorsports machine of Joshua Daly, the Mike Manning karting machine of Ariel Abba. I believe this is the Lakeside karting machine of your championship leader, Tony Gomez, splitting himself up from Pietro Moro in the 521. So, but for really, the question is, A, can Ariel Abba hang with Joshua Daly and make life difficult for the Nash Motorsports driver? And B, can anybody outside of this top 2 keep it close and be able to capitalize if the racing gets a little bit too hectic between your 2 race leaders?
Definitely going to be a close one here as you see everyone make their way through to end lap 1. Bit of a wiggle there in the background going through.
No.
That shuffles everything up, and no, we already have another kart with an issue. That is Vasquez, who unfortunately it looks like will be our 2nd DNF here in the Heritage category, having a moment there out of the stretch and now out in turn 1. That's 2 karts out in 1 lap. The 512 of Vasquez not happy at all.
Not a great outing for Mike Manning karting. Still in the running here with Ariel Abba and Pietro Moro, but still 2 of the 4 horses out of this 7-horse race, which is now a 5-horse race, I guess, so to speak. We're doing a lot of horseplay up here in the Kart Chaser booth. It looks as though Joshua Daly has started to stretch that gap out. I feel like if you're Ariel Abba, really where the place where she's been getting beaten the most is at tic-tac-toe, really not getting over that second curve very much. I think if she wants a shot to win this race, she's going to have to buckle up and send it over these curbs.
It is going to take a big send here to take on Joshua Daly there in the Nash Motorsport kart in the lead. It's doable. It just takes a bit of effort here to really make it stick. You got to really go for it here. I think Ariel Abba has the possibility later in the race. Right now, it's going to be a bit of damage control. 54.9 to a 55.3 last lap by Joshua Daly. Purple lap here on the weekend. So, for Joshua Daly, it's just a matter of really running away. For Abba, it's a matter of closing that gap in, finding a bit of breathing room here, and making sure that late in the race, those tires, that kart, and most importantly, Ariel herself is ready to go.
I was going to say the physical aspect of it for sure is going to play a factor by the time that we arrive to lap 17. I want to mention also for K100 Senior, Louis Perez was one of the biggest movers up from 24th to 12th. That was an MMK kart as well. You got to think that data transfers between all of the drivers under that MMK tent. Really good camaraderie over at Mike Manning. I wonder if any of those setup adjustments have been put into the setups for Ariel Abba and Pietro Moro. And I will say Abba is not letting Joshua Daly run away with this just yet.
Not at all, which is kind of an interesting position to see right now, I'm not going to lie. The fact that it's not really being ran away with. The effort is there, but it's just a matter of making it happen, which is proving to be easier said than done. This is just great racing all the way through here for these Heritage drivers as they go along here. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Moro, Gomez, and Isaac all holding close through. They're really pushing the edge of their kart. You can tell that maybe the setup just isn't as dialed in, whatever it may be, but they are really sticking here together, even though pace-wise they may not be keeping up with Ariel Abba, who's fastest kart on track now, but they all still keeping up with each other and keeping some races there, some challenges with each other.
I was going to say, even for the likes of Pietro Moro, Tony Gonzalez, and Andre Isak, you got to think, like, yeah, we might not have the pace of Joshua Daly and Ariel Abba, but if they fight, or even worse, let me knock on wood here before I say this, before I give somebody the commentator's curse, but if they were to collide and to come together like we saw in the K100 Junior and K100 Senior races, there could be an opportunity to score maybe, a lower podium position or maybe even the victory. So you got to play it smart, keep them within touching distance, and just try to be there if anything is to happen.
Indeed you do. Down the front stretch, down into turn 1 here. You can see everyone looking around. They are really keeping an eye on each other on their way through, but they are not able to capitalize one over the other, which I think is kind of the most interesting situation that I'm seeing right now, is the fact that they can't really find it with each other. They're staying close, though, which I am really enjoying here for these KA Heritage. 5 laps in of 17. Unfortunately, we've already lost 2 of our competitors in this 7-kart field. Alex Gutierrez, we saw there with the engine issues, and Craig Vasquez not even able to get off of the starting grid and get that kart fired. Mike Manning Karting has lost 2 of their 4 entries here in the run. They still have Ariel Abba competing up in the front, though, right on the back of Daly. Little bit of a reach down and an adjustment to the engine. I think that 522 finding some pace here as we're approaching half distance.
It's interesting to see that some drivers, you'll never see them take their hands off the wheel, and then others will always be fiddling with the brake bias, be fiddling with the carburetor on these engines. Once again, I do have a little bit of a blind spot when it comes to these K100 power plants, but I do know there is a little valve where you can adjust, I believe, is the richness or the leanness of the engine. I wonder which direction Ariel's going to go, and if it's going to be something that will help her really try to take this fight to Joshua Daly. And like we mentioned earlier, it seems like in the first half of the lap, Ariel seems to close right in, almost really the whole lap, close right to the back of Joshua Daly, and then Daly just taking so much extra curb through tic-tac-toe. But you got to think, we've got a lot of laps under our belts this weekend. Maybe some of that physical toll starting to weigh on the bodies, or on the body rather, of Joshua Daly.
Definitely could be the case. It could be a case of maybe Abba's willing to run that engine a bit more rich and risk engine damage in the pursuit of victory. It's all kind of up in the air. Unfortunately, I wish that we had a way to really get, down and dirty with those AWS style graphics and details here on these karts. Ultimately, that's not possible, but it would be really cool if we could find out specifically what these drivers are doing and what it is that they're, setting up through. If we could find out, some in-team radio of mode switch position 4 and really break things down here, Dean. It'd be interesting to see that come to karting. I don't think that's that far away in the world of karting, if we're honest with ourselves, but it definitely isn't here yet.
I mean, in a sense, that technology does already exist. I think it's just the safety aspect and the implementation that would be in the world of karting. We've seen drivers have the little helmet cams, not the on top mounted ones, but like the foam, like the padding, get the little driver's eye camera in the side. Unfortunately, there are some other issues involved with that, but hopefully one day we'll be able to fully embrace that. And I'm sure when it does, it'll be right here on Kart Chaser when it becomes available.
Lap 8 of 17 here as we're hitting half distance, and we did this earlier with X30. I'm going to do it again here with KA Heritage because I just enjoy the sound of the engine sometimes. And you know what? We're going to enjoy a couple laps of sound here around. Just enjoy the sound of the engines, enjoy things through, and temporarily loud engines are here. And as we come back here, just enjoying the sights and sounds here in Winchester, California. A good warm day here, 72-degree air temp. I don't know if I'd call that warm. I call that comfortable. I keep my house. That's a podcast topic, though, I will say here. Taking a look here, first place, Joshua Daly, putting in purple laps this late in the race, 3/10, 4/10 faster than Ariel Abba on the last lap. And then you have Moro, Gomez, and Isaac here. This is the battle for P3, the third step of the podium, Dean. I have a feeling Gomez is trying to set something up here late.
Got to think Tony Gomez, you know, your championship leader, a healthy championship lead over Joshua Daly. For sure, you know, maybe in the back of his mind thinking, oh, you know, I have a good lead. But if Daly rattles off a couple of wins here at the end of the season, could make things very tight come round 8 or round 9. So I'm sure Gomez is going to be trying as soon as that option becomes available to make himself go up onto P3 or up onto the third step of the podium, rather. It just seems like, you know, when these karts get a little bit sideways, you're starting to see those heads kind of hang out of the go-karts a little bit. Maybe some of that physical fatigue is finally starting to get to some of the, as Jackson Lambros would call them, the biggest kids or the big kids out here this weekend at Champions of the Future.
Well, keep in mind here for the KA Heritage class, looking at their age, you have to be above the age of 30 to run in this class. So when you think about that, you know, these are drivers that have tons of experience. They may be wrenching on kart in the mini category, then turning around and getting their kart together and running out here. It's drivers that have ran for a long time, and, you know, they might be working their 8 to 5s Monday through Friday, but then come Saturday, Sunday, they're out here on the track. So that is the fun of this class, this K100 Heritage. It shows that racing is multi-generational and allows it to run through time and time again here. Gap up front, 1.7 seconds, but gap right here is 0.2 of a second between Moro and Gomez. I still think that techno kart of Andre Isaac is not that far off either of closing things in, is running within a tenth, a second, a lap of pace, but it's just a little bit of breathing room there. I still think for Pietro Moro, it's not over. There's still plenty of challenge there from Tony Gomez.
Yeah, and unfortunately for those hoping for a battle for the lead, it does seem as though Ariel Abba has lost a little bit of pace in that go-kart. A 55.3 for Joshua Daly, a 55 essentially 6 for Ariel Abba. Just losing little bits and pieces. Once again, it's like the plastic spoon into the concrete cinder block, except it's going the other direction as Joshua Daly continues to extend that advantage out, now up to nearly 2 seconds. So the fight likely, barring a huge mistake from Joshua Daly, is going to be this three-way fight for the podium, the bottom podium position between Pietro Moro, Tony Gonzalez, your championship leader, and Andre Isak.
And we were sort of talking about it too, trying to get an idea of where that pace from Ariel Abba went. Because Ariel Abba was fastest car on track early. And Dean, you brought something interesting up that I hadn't really thought of through. The track temperature, it is 72 degrees here. We started in the 60s. That tire pressure definitely can play a difference. And if you set at a slightly higher tire pressure early on, it can put you in a stronger position here late in the race to challenge through. And I've got to wonder, you know, you brought it up. I wonder if Ariel Abba did that. The other thing, though, I have concerns of, every time we see Ariel Abba on the front straightaway, Ariel's reaching down with that right hand towards the engine. Is everything okay in that kart at this point?
If I had to guess, maybe understanding that she's probably not going to catch Joshua Daly, maybe richening up that carburetor, making sure that at least if you're gonna push this kart all the way to the end and make sure that the sort of wet your whistle kind of thing, make sure that that engine runs a little bit wetter, make sure that it's not running dry and at risk of lead popping. So unfortunately, just not quite going to have enough in the bag, barring a gigantic mistake here from Joshua Daly. And fair enough to Joshua, has been really the class of the field all weekend. We saw Ariel give him a really, really good run for his money, but with 1 lap to go, 3 seconds, probably not going to be enough to overcome that in a lap.
The pace really falling off there for Ariel Abba at the end. The challenge was there early on, with Joshua Daly able to overcome and weather the storm. However, I'll tell you right now, the battle for third, it's not over. To quote Chris Daughtry's song there, it's not over, and maybe we'll do it right this time around. Andre Isaac now up into 4th place over Tony Gomez. Needs to get past Pietro Moro as Joshua Daly has half a lap to finish this race.
And you got to think with that pass by Andre Isak to get ahead of Tommy Gomez, that's points hemorrhage. If Joshua Daly's able to string some good races together at the end of this season, you got to think those points that Tony Gomez, if he is not able to get back ahead, that could play a factor at round number 9. But all today, it's the Joshua Daly Show. Nash Motorsports on top once again. Joshua Daly wins in K100 Heritage. Ariel Abba, a strong effort, will come home P2. And in this battle for P3, looks like it's going to be Pietro Moro as a second Mike Manning card up on top of the podium, a double podium for MMK, but it is all Nash Motorsports up on top.
You could see how much that means to Joshua Daly. Coming into the S's, still pumping the fist, still feeling good there in that 506 Nash Motorsport Kart. You tell that means a lot. And look at that, still fist pumping to every track marshal that Joshua Daly sees. This is a driver with tons of experience, and every win feels as good as the last. And for Joshua Daly, that is the one thing I really do appreciate, is the fact that every win feels as good as the last. Joshua Daly doesn't ever let this get old, and that should be something we all strive for. Daly, Abba, Moro, Isak, Gomez, and Vasquez with the 5th and 6th place drivers. Unfortunately, mechanical failures taking them out. Or sorry, no, it was Gutierrez and Vasquez that were unable to finish this race through. So, with that being said, one more victory lap around for Joshua Daly. Then he'll hit the boards with Ariel Abba and Pietro Moro. The Mike Manning karting 2nd and 3rd. But again, Nash Motorsports, how do you stop them? While we wait on our drivers to roll through, I do want to give an update on a couple of our classes through. We have had many be official here, and we have had the juniors have their official results listed. We'll talk about that in a bit, because right now I want to go trackside and look at the emotions for Joshua Daly, how much this means.
Welcome back to the Josh Daly Show. Round 6 winner. And hugs to the longtime rivals, not just here, but in Tri-C and in KA competition at the club and regional level all across Southern California. Pietro Moro joining them on the podium as well. He'll grab his first on debut here for Champs. Woo! And it is a pump of the fist here. These don't get old, do they?
No, I mean, this is my actual first official victory. First one, finally got the monkey off my back. God, it feels so good. I almost want to cry just because I've been trying so hard, and I've wanted this for years now since I started. And to finally put it together, I mean, to do a full weekend sweep to top it off is just icing on the cake, man. I mean, I got to give it to my competitors. Ariel gave me a great race. I mean, man, she really ran me so hard, and I was truly worried about her coming into the final because she had so much pace in the superheat. So I knew I was really gonna have to be on my game. I knew I was gonna have to hit everything perfect, because if I made any mistakes that were serious, she was gonna be right there. So I really just need to thank everybody under my tent: my coach, Enzo, Blake, Seth, all the mechanics, Tyler, my Chris G, my fitness coach. I owe a ton to him. My wife, my sister is here watching with her family, my brother at home, my mom. I thank everybody. I thank you guys, champions. I just thank everybody. The viewers, this is great. I feel amazing. It's awesome.
Congratulations, Josh.
Thank you so much, Jackson.
Let's keep it going here, because the girl in P2 really made him work for it, but was just a couple of corners short. Ariel Abba, talk to me about that race. What felt like was missing here in this OTK?
I thought we really had a chance those first few laps. It just slowly started to fall off, so maybe just weren't anticipating the heat, I guess, as much as it ended up being this afternoon. But I had a great time, and I'm really proud for what we pulled off, for not having much seat time in the past few years.
Good competition out of the box there. That'll be P2 for Ariel Abba. Her stablemate, Pietro Moro, comes back from some issues there, dragging a rear bumper in the superheat. I've got Gabe doing gymnastics here. I'm making it hard for Gabe. I'm sorry. Your first weekend with champs. Let's talk about this. How has this experience as a whole been for you?
I mean, it was incredible. The format that you guys have put on is pretty amazing. First time for me racing here this year, also on this track. First time definitely on this configuration. So it took me a minute over the course of the weekend to figure out the right lines, the right braking points, and so forth. But I had a great heat, final heat yesterday. This morning I had a couple issues. The bumper fell off, and then started off the main. I had kind of figure out how to get around Tony, which is always a hard one to pass, to get around. And at that point, the guys were gone, but I sort of had to work hard to keep Tony behind me for sure. And look, first time racing this year, and in a third spot here, couldn't have asked for more. So congrats to obviously Josh and Ariel, and a big thank to my big man Mike Manning for putting together a rocket cart as always.
Congratulations, Pietro.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you, Jackson, down trackside with our top three here. We'll let them enjoy the moment here and enjoy the time in victory. And, well, when we come back, it's one final left to go. Your X30s will get to play in the sandbox. Will it be victory for the Russian American, or will it be victory?
Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race, and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Last but certainly not least, X30 Pro, round number 6 main event on deck. They're off the stands. They're on the grid. We'll meet them very quickly here. Shane Hawkins in the 625 KA 100 Heritage regular, getting the extra 25 cc's, trying to sample that extra power. He'll be rolling off from P3. Second place, Sergey Karamseli had a little bit of drama to end Saturday. We smelt burning when he came back into the kart, and that was just a brake rub from the axle being knocked during a battle with the man on pole position. Keegan Kaminsky getting the offer to do double duty. And unfortunately, after some drama late in that KA 100 senior race, is the only opportunity for him to bring home the hardware. He's on pole position here for X30 Pro.
And carts are fired up here for your X30 Pro Final. 17 laps for these 3 gladiators to get this race going. We got to talk about that championship run here because Sergei Karamaselli, the only X30 that has made it to every round. It hasn't always been a victory, though, but has made it to every round, and the consistency is playing key in those championship standings here in X30 Pro. Sergei Karamaselli, starting off second, is going to have to challenge Kaminsky here. Did they get the tire pressures right? Again, this is the case where Kaminsky, having that extra time on track, is going to know that the conditions are a little bit different than possibly would be expected and will be able to adjust appropriately. Karamaselli in second here, and then Hawkins in third. That GFC Lakeside Karting cart. Can we see improvement there from Hawkins to close the gap to the top 2? Top 2 have tons of pace. Hawkins has been consistently improving weekend in and weekend out. So can Hawkins find a little bit more in the tank here on the final go? That's going to be the question of the day. And Dean, 17 laps to answer the questions. Well, I'll tell you what, that's plenty of time to figure it out.
Tell you what, I don't know. This is going to be an uphill battle here for Karamaselli. Critically on the start, I'd imagine the 2 GFCs have kind of worked this out. Kaminsky has a pusher, Karamaselli does not. If Karamaselli mistimes this start, it's going to be like what happened in the Superheat, where Kaminsky is able to jump out to that lead. Hawkins gets in the middle, and even if Karamaselli can overtake Hawkins almost instantaneously, I think Kaminsky's just got a little bit too much pace advantage, too much time on the track. Obviously, these GFCs are rocket fast, like we saw in the main event for both, really for pretty much every category that we've had thus far today. So for sure for Karamaselli, going to be a bit of an uphill battle. I think the deck is loaded loaded in favor of Kaminsky. Final time today, and who knows, maybe Shane Hawkins could get himself involved in this fight. Would love to see a good little 3-way battle to the end of this race.
Green flag is out. We're racing X30 Pro Final, your final of the day here from Winchester, California. And look at Hawkins making some moves. We've already got a bit of pushing, argy-bargy, back, forth. Great battles going on. That's music to the ears of Kaminsky, but for Shane Hawkins, giving Sergei Karamaselli the business.
That might be nighty-night already. I think Hawkins even tried to break rank there, thought about going for the race lead himself. This is going to destroy Sergei Karamaselli's race. Surely going for the big move up the inside of Double Orange Chicken. A big block pass there, but you can see the gap already, at least 1.5 seconds, maybe 2 seconds. Man, I don't know. That's quite the gap to overcome in 17 laps. We're going to find out if that Kart... I should mention last time out at Spring Mountain, Karamaselli said the Kart Republic was either the fastest kart or the slowest kart on track. Guess we're about to find out.
Already adjusting the radiator cover. There was big moves early on, and one of the things that kind of caught me was it seemed like Karamaselli had that radiator all the way open on the race start. Not normally where you'd want it. You'd want it a little more closed under that slow pacing, and you can see already adjustments being made back and forth from all of your drivers to try to find some pace here. For Hawkins, that was a case of, I'm going to defend, I'm going to fight, I'm going to do what I can here. Unfortunately, it only lasted half a lap, but half a lap sometimes is all you need here in order to give Kaminsky a bit of breathing room here.
And I want to mention for sure, Shane Hawkins did absolutely nothing wrong. You are here to race, you are here to go for it. Just in the grand scheme of things, I just don't know if the 625 really has the pace to be able to keep up with the top 2, and has pretty severely compromised Sergei Karamaselli. Now we see who's got what. Slightly quicker that time from Karamaselli, about 0.5 seconds quicker than his American counterpart. Man, 1.5 seconds at this track against a guy like Keegan Kaminsky, who really, has had essentially double the laps of anybody else here this weekend, was really quick the whole weekend as well in K100 Senior. This is just going to be the most uphill battle I think Karamaselli's had to fight all season.
Absolutely. Let's send it down trackside to Jackson here. Jackson, what you got for us?
Yeah, guys, just wanted to recap on what happened earlier on, and talking to a couple drivers, walked back to the tents after what happened behind your leaders coming out of the tic-tac chicane for the final time, and I think it was maybe a little bit over-aggressive on defense, and Yi and Kim really committing down low. coming into the final corner. We didn't get a full replay, but those two, Kaminsky and Kim, were definitely the first dominoes that collected. A couple of big names, Jackson Menchu, obviously Johnny Stamps was just barely able to limp across, and again, a handful of other drivers. I think Jack Babiak got a big one. He went all the way off into the wall. The big things here, everyone is okay, but clearly some frustration between the Axis and GFC tents. Dino, something that we've seen all season long, especially all weekend long here in Senior, that's really reignited. But as we get closer to the finale here in September, you got the feeling that that is going to continue to heat up towards the finale.
Thank you, Jackson. And of course, he's talking about the KA100 Senior Final. There was a big moment there off on the top of the screen coming to the final lap that we didn't get full pictures of, but definitely had some big implications in the championship through. Dean, we've talked about that a little bit here, as right now, Caramelli is right on the back of Kaminsky, has been back-to-back purple laps, and is now closed up on the back. Senior is not official yet, I will say. We're still waiting on final official decisions coming through. Okay, Senior has been a lot, but up front, here we go, to the inside, Caramelli and Kaminsky. What a battle here in X30 Pro.
I tell you what, I don't know. This Kart Republic looks pretty good. I know for sure in the minds of the Caramellis was very difficult to swallow the pill that was dealt, or really difficult to swallow the pill, I guess, that was dealt to them at Spring Mountain. Was super quick, pretty much in my mind, in my perspective, quicker than Caden O'Connor the whole weekend. And then in that main event, just seemed to be lacking a little bit of something extra. I tried his damnedest to beat the Axis Kart Sport driver, but ultimately Caramelli came up one spot and about, I think, 4 inches short on the racetrack, picking up that victory. We'll see if Kaminsky is maybe saving a little bit. Maybe they have that kart set up for the end of this race, but right now, Caramelli is flying.
The conversation, it's been Axis GFC back and forth a lot here, as we've referenced in multiple categories. Right now, it's Kart Republic. It's just at the top of the table, flying that 604 going along. I do want to touch on a couple of our results that, well, one's official. One of them is a bit of a shock, depending on who you are. Big wiggle there from Kaminsky. Looking back at the back of the cart, something is not right with that 609. The pace is way off over the last 2 laps. Keegan Kaminsky might be dealing with some problems here. We'll keep an eye on that, because Caramelli has taken off. Kaminsky again looking at that back right. Oh no, is there a problem in that 609?
I mean, with the pace drop-off that he suffered over the last 4 laps, you'd have to suspect that maybe there's a bigger issue at play here for the 609 of Keegan Kaminsky. And you got a feel for him. It was so fast in KA100 Senior. Sure did not quite get the result that he was looking for today. Likely, had the dream start, has been super quick through the SuperHeat, seemed almost untouchable at times in this X30 Pro category. But it seems like at the moment he is dealing with some issue. And now I guess the question is, can he hang on long enough to come home with this P2 ahead of Shane Hawkins?
Something in that right rear, I'm going to imagine it's something to do with the brake. I'm making a very educated, uneducated guess, because that is the look there. Hard on the curb there through the S, and you can see the official even starting to take a little bit of a look there. Hopefully not a meatball flag or something coming along here. Let's touch on some of the results of previous events of the day here. Your mini final is official. Everything stays until we saw it for your minis and your mini under 10s. Those top 3s in those 2 categories do not change. And as a refresher, it was Maddox Carlucci, Lachlan Paul, Benjamin Tabby, your top 3 in mini, and mini under 10. It was Benjamin Monroy, Lion McPhail, and Taylor Lucas Freitas that were your top 3 there. So that doesn't change. I want to touch on KA Junior. We saw the frustration with Sebastian Hauser, Dean. We saw the displeasure for Martinez and Braden Wagner on that go. Braden Wagner gets the win. Luis Martinez in second. Daniel Ramirez in Axis Kart Sport is promoted to the podium in that OTK Red Speed. Sebastian Hauser takes a 4-place penalty and gets dropped in 5th place in the Cosmic Kart there for Hayner Racing Team. Stewart responsibility on Sebastian, putting Sebastian behind Diesel Bizanti in the final result.
Yeah, unfortunately for the second race weekend in a row, it's going to be Sebastian Hauser crossing the line in first, but a post-race penalty takes away some pretty valuable points. Luckily for Sebastian, really made the most of the heat races, as well as getting a good result in the superheat, but not the result that I'm sure he would have wanted in the end. I think a fair call from the stewards. For sure tough. You know, obviously you want to leave some wiggle room in these incidents for just natural racing to occur, but I think in that moment at Double Orange Chicken between your two championship protagonists, I think unfortunately Sebastian Hauser did initiate contact with the back of Braden Wagner. I think a fair penalty, and we're still waiting on the results to see what comes of KA100 Senior as well.
I would say Senior will be up by the end of this session. I will tell you right now, I am rapid refreshing the results screen to see when those officially post. I will tell you right now, looking at them unofficially in my live timing here of KA100 Senior, I don't see anything announced yet penalty-wise, but that doesn't mean that it's not being looked into. We know there were some moments through there, and of course track limit playing a big effect into things, and sometimes with those classes, it can take a moment for the stewards to finalize it all out. We're lap 10 of 17 here, and the more I look at Keegan Kaminsky, the more I do genuinely worry about that Formula Works kart, because it is just, I don't even want to say the pace has dropped off. Kaminsky is slower than Shane Hawkins right now. Shane Hawkins was running about a second slower than Kermaselli and Kaminsky. And now Kaminsky is running slower than Shane Hawkins. So that's a second. Sully's pace, 9 seconds, and continuing. What hit to the 609?
I was going to say, out to be quite climactic. X30. I thought for sure after the runners that it was going to happen. A Carol legacy drive, he tracked down, tried to Keegan Kaminsky. Whatever issues he. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine seemingly 8 from A. Kermaselli, 53-9 from Keegan race, but that gap is slowly on. But Shane Hawkins going to be tough. Hawkins to close battle.
apologies there for the technical difficulties we're having here. Jackson Lambros joining and filling in here from the pit lane. Again, Sergey Karamselli still your leader here on lap number 14. And again, it was really close at the start here, a deadlock between Keegan Kaminsky and Karamselli. But after making that move, clean air, I think, really being the advantage. And maybe Keegan struggling to adapt. He was in a hurry to get here, but man, this is a special win for Karamselli. First time his mom has been on site. She's been anxious to be a cheerleader from the side, but man, this Kart Republic driver has given mom a show. Rest of the podium finally pulling in. Shane Hawkins in third. Keegan Kaminsky able to nurse it home in second. It'll be instant handshakes there. Where do you start to put that one into words? Good battle to get started. You got that gap out in front and built it.
The start, yeah, definitely I lost the start. Had a little bit of a hard time passing Shane Hawkins. Then I lost a very big gap to Keegan. Then obviously karting is a very, very technical sport. Not everything is dependent on you as a driver. So just like in Heat 3, something happened to my kart, technical difficulties. Something happened to Kaminsky's kart in the final. So yeah, I would definitely like for there to be a little bit more battling for the win, for the podium. But it is what it is. We're on pole, so yeah.
How cool has it been having mom here today?
My mother?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, support.
Gotcha. Thanks. Keep it going over here. Keegan Kaminsky, second place. I know you told him you don't really know what went wrong. What felt wrong after the pass there?
I really thought I had a flat tire. It felt like I went around every corner crab walking. Really don't know what happened. This weekend was just not my weekend. That's how it goes sometimes. It sucks, but I can't thank everyone at GFC and Formula X for all their hard work. It really means a lot. P1 Engines for all his help. It wouldn't be here without him. And of course, Lakeside and Tony Gomez for allowing me to do this double class. It's really cool for me to just experience it and have fun with it. So sucks, but we're going to regroup and come back for the next one, have some good races coming up. So excited for those and going to regroup and hope to get some done over there.
Thanks, Keegan. And of course, the reason he's been out here, the Lakeside Karting guys and Shane Hawkins going for a little bit of a field trip, jumping out of the KA 100. How'd the experiment go this weekend?
Oh, it was a ton of fun. I'm super grateful. Had a little bit of an issue with my gas tank in the middle of the race. If you I was holding on with my two legs there and backed off, but I saw Keegan slowing down a little bit and thought I might be able to pull off a second there, but he's too good, man. So, I'm super grateful to be out here. I'd like to thank Formula Works, Lakeside Contractors, Lakeside Karting, everybody that helps me out, runs my data, does all my wrenching for me. And, I might make it back out here next time. I picked up some pace for the main event, so that was pretty nice.
Good stuff. Thanks, Shane.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys?
Big thank you to Jackson down there, track side, picking up the last couple of laps there. Karamselli, really saying it best there, I have to say. Just great run there for him as everything goes through. And, well, that was a bit of a fun run. I got to say, Dean, weekend's done and, well, some great battles. How you feeling?
Feel great. Another wonderful weekend here for Champions of the Future at K1 Circuit. Happy to be back at the home of this championship at K1 Circuit as well. For Sergey Karamselli, it is redemption for the one that got away last time out at Spring Mountain. For Keegan Kaminsky, a tough pill to swallow after what looked like it was going to be his race to lose. But as he mentioned, that's just racing sometimes. The flags are blowing. It's a wonderful day here in Southern California. And proud to have been a part of this wonderful Kart Chaser broadcast as well. And appreciate the ever-living hell out of you guys.
Next round is 18th and 19th of July. Again, back here at the K1 circuit. Different layout, but all the same action that you've come to love here in Winchester, California. I want to give a big shout out to everybody trackside, everyone working the cameras here for Kart Chaser. They've been baking in the sun. They've had a long, wild weekend. They've done all the setup and tear down. A big shout out to everyone here who has done production as well. Big shout out to Jackson and Gabe down there on the track, getting us the stories and the moments. And of course, a big shout out to all of you watching. That is going to be it though here on Kart Chaser. We're going to send this thing off into the sunset, going through, and well, tell you what, there's still plenty more karting to come throughout the rest of the year. So on behalf of everyone here at Kart Chaser, my name is Brad. We've taken you start to finish. Join us for the next one. We'll take you start to finish yet again. Good night.
Let's try that one more time. Much better. There we go. K1 Circuit Winchester, thank you guys for waiting here. We're ready to party for your podiums for round number 6 here, running the reverse configuration. Check, check. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, let's waste no time here and get right into it. Getting started here with your Mini U10 podium. In third place, driving the 155 Croc Promotions machine for Team Kartnik, Lion McPhail. We'll try that one more time. That's on me in third place here. Make some noise for Nash Motorsports, Lucas Freitas Mello. Let's try that one more time here. Second place in the 155 Croc Promotions machine, Lion McPhail. And your race winner here in Mini 10 and under in the 171 Croc Promotions machine for position 1 Motorsports, Benjamin Monroy. And he looks really fast out of the gate. One of the best performances we've seen from a U10 driver competing with the big kids. 5th overall for the Croc Promotions driver. Big smiles, guys. Lift those trophies nice and high for me. Thank you, guys. Some of you are new here, so we'll give you a hand. One more time for your Mini U10 podium, everybody.
All right.
give a tip of the cap as well here to Sebastian Machajastik, who has been so consistent, still holds that championship lead, I believe. But the first time we've seen him off of the podium here in the Mini U10 division. Let's move on here to Mini Outright. And it was a really good battle here. Third place in the 204 Energy Corsa machine for Nash Motorsports, Benjamin Tavi. In second place, driving the 214 Formula Works GFC, Lachlan Possel. And your race winner for round number 6 here at K1 Circuit, driving the 205 Nash Motorsports Energy Corsa, Maddox Carlucci. Lachlan gets back on the podium after a phenomenal run. It's Ben's third. It's Maddox's fourth win. Big smiles, guys. Lift those trophies nice and high for me. Thank you, guys. Oh, Maddox has it down. That is brilliant form. There you go, Ben. Ladies and gentlemen, your round 6 podium for Mini. Really good battle there, and of course we've seen a lot of guys rotating in that mini podium. Lachlan Possel coming back. We'll give another shout out. Kendall West has looked very strong. Again, first time I think we've seen her off the podium in a minute as well. Position 1 guys have looked incredibly strong. Do not count them out here for the final 3 rounds. On to KA100 Junior in third place, driving the 345 OTK for Axis Red Sport, Daniel Ramirez. In second place, driving the 310 GFC for position 1 Motorsports, Luis L3 Martinez. And your winner for round number 6 here in KA100 Junior, driving the 321 Formula Works GFC, Braden Wagner. Good battle, and exactly what the doctor ordered here in a narrowing championship battle. And we'll close that gap to Sebastian Hauser and HRT. Big smiles, guys. Lift those trophies nice and high. Perfect. Thank you, guys. That was the best form I think we've seen from the juniors here in a minute. Keep it going for your KA100 Junior podium. Troy Ferguson, biggest mover from that, 3 positions gained. Aaron Spears also grabbing 2 from the start. Over to another doozy here, KA100 senior. In third place, driving the 416 GFC for Formula Works, Matthew Cagle. In P2, behind the wheel of the 466 Red Speed OTK for Axis Kart Sport, Archer Riversman. And your winner in a one-off entry driving the 486 Red Speed for Axis Kart Sport, Christian Brooks. First time behind the wheel of a go-kart since 2019, just like riding a bike. Big smile, guys. Lift those trophies nice and high for me. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Good thing we've got people clear of the splash zone here. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium and KA Senior for round number 6. Got to give a couple of shouts here because with that chaos in the last lap, we had a lot of big movers there. 2AB's Kalani Anaya up 9 positions. NRC's Grayson Schobert got up 6. Ivana Richards up 9 as well. MMK's Louis Perez from P24 to P10. Good stuff there. On to the biggest of the kids here, KA100 Heritage. This was a really close one out in front and for that bottom step of the podium. Third place driving that Tony Kart for Mike Manning karting, Pietro Moro. P2, it's another MMK car driving the CS55, number 522, Ariel Laba. And your race winner in KA100 Heritage, driving the 506 OTK for Nash Motorsports, Joshua Daly. He did it already, but he'll tell you this one is legit. First female on the podium as well outside of the mini division. Some of the best battling we've seen in the Heritage in a while. Big smiles, guys. Trophies up nice and high. One, two, three, let's party! Josh just drilled me, and now I gotta explain to people why I'm driving home smelling like champagne. K100 podium for round 6. So Tony Gomez is still going to keep that championship lead, but Josh Daly is going to take a good chunk of that out of round 6, and with 3 rounds to go, he gets a free entry as well, so that could be a championship battle that still tightens up big time here as we get to the finale. Pro X30 last but certainly not least here. In third place driving the 625 GFC for Lakeside Karting, Shane Hawkins. P2 driving the Formula Works GFC number 609, Keegan Kaminsky. New race winner in Pro X30 for round number 6, driving the 604 Kart Republic for Maxwell Motorsports, Sergey Karamselli. It's been smaller fields, but out in front in the back half of this season, they have been phenomenal duels. And Sergey able to make that move and run away with it. Big smiles, guys. Lift those trophies up nice and high. Thank you, guys. All right, count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Shower time. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium in Pro X30 for round number 6. Oh, they're still going at it. Keegan got drenched. Oh my goodness. Sergeant just walked up and was like, do you want to get drenched? And I'm like, I am good. Guys, the best part about this, we do it all again in a month running this exact layout, but in the clockwise format. We hope you join us here in July for your hardworking K1 circuit crew, for this hardworking Kart Chaser crew, alongside my partners in the booth, Brad Dalton, Dean Helt. My name is Jackson Lambros. We'll see you in a month's time right back here for round number 7 of the Champions of the Future America Series.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.